for Leslie and the incredible work he has done over the last 13 years with the stadium. I don't know what was your last function to attend here, but I've been to concerts, to rugby, to soccer. They even have those big motor cars on big wheels that was happening here. And of course, I'm looking forward to coming to see Zakes Bandwini in October. It is October, right? It's this month. It's going to be here. If you don't have your tickets yet, please go and get them because it's going to be a wonderful experience. It was the Secretary of Transport in the United States, Pete Buttigieg, who said, transportation should always connect and never divide. And I think if you take that as a rule of thumb, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in Cape Town, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the province, and there's certainly a lot of work that needs to be done in the country in realizing the promise of transportation always connecting and never dividing. This month marks the 18th installment of the Transport Month, and the national theme is Siyakha. We are building a better transport infrastructure to grow South Africa together. The National Transport Minister, in launching Transport Month, promised that we'll have 80% of all the passenger rail corridors operating by the end of this financial year. That is March next year. Currently, there are 18 corridors out of the 40 operated by PRASA in the Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal, so there's quite a bit of work to be done there. Our very first panel, in fact, is going to be around how we reform passenger rail in South Africa, and I'm certainly looking forward to that. The city has organized this Urban Mobility Summit for 2023, where over today and tomorrow, some important, engaging, sometimes difficult conversations are going to be taking place around some of the key elements of public transport. We've got not only representatives of the City of Cape Town administration here, we've got public transport stakeholders, as well as obviously the users of the space, be it private or the normal citizen. Theme for this summit is building resilience and driving transport reform. Building resilience and driving transport reform. And so the panel discussions we'll be having over the next day and a half will always be bringing us back to that theme. Some low-income households spend up to 43% of their monthly income on commuting, right? They're already earning less than many of us sitting in this room, and yet probably are using more money to transport themselves from home to work and from work to home. I had the incredible joy of riding on the new Metro Rail train. I'm lucky enough to live in the city center, so I was able to buy a ticket to go to Rondebosch, to Bishops, where I was going to be hosting a schools quiz, and the sum total of R7.50 was my cost of transportation. R7.50. Compare that to an Uber ride that would have cost me R80, right? It was clean, it was efficient. Yes, it stopped in between stations, but only for 45 seconds at most, and it delivered me to Rondebosch station a minute and a half later than the scheduled time, right? That is public transportation that works. We need it with more regularity than what it is right now. The fact that there are maybe 6 trains in peak time during morning, and then you have to wait for 2.5 hours before the next train, that is not acceptable. It is one of the easiest ways to move masses of people from one part of Cape Town to the next, and it is not functioning optimally. So we need a lot of focus on that area. I've used minibus taxis all of my life. I'm one of those people who has great respect for minibus taxis. They are some of the most experienced drivers on our roads. They might not always follow the rules of the road. But they are some of the most experienced because of the amount of time they are spending on the road. Currently, they carry the burden of the commuter who relies on public transport. The overwhelming majority of commuters rely on taxis to go from home to school or home to work and to go back home afterwards in the afternoon. The model that is currently in place is not working. I don't think anyone in this room will say that that model is working. We need to reimagine what a future model might be. It might not be available at the conclusion of the summit tomorrow, but what questions do we need to be asking ourselves in that regard? And then if you look at the expansion of the city of Cape Town in the areas where we are expanding, we're going to areas where it is necessary for Cape Townians to buy a vehicle, burn fossil fuel in order to go from their home to work. How is that sustainable for the future? How are we going to ensure that future generations are actually going to have a functioning city to be living in that is resilient if we don't look at public transportation as a viable solution? So some important conversations will be taking part over the next day and a half. And we certainly look forward to those engagements with the panel members, but most importantly, your engagements as well. We are waiting on the mayor to come in, but I think, City Manager, we will get you to kick things off in the meantime with your opening address and your acknowledgement of people who are here. Please welcome the City Manager for the City of Cape Town, Lungelo Mbandazai. Oh, he needs a microphone. So sorry. That's one thing. That's my one. That's fireable, right? Like literally, I can strike one. 2 more strikes left. All right, that's good to know. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, MACO members. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, guests. I would say also good morning, Jordan, because you are around the building. We are here today to officially launch Transport Month with the opening of the Urban Mobility Summit. The Urban Mobility Summit is a 2-day dialogue consisting of series of panel discussions on topics of concern to the city of Cape Town as a local government, public transport stakeholders, as well as Cape Town's commuters. And here I include users of non-motorized transport and public transport. These topics will touch on key points of discussions as far as transport is concerned. This will include, they will elaborate, the panels, elaborate on the importance of mobility, the current challenges in this space, and the associated impact on Cape Town's residents, the local economy, the cost of living, the cost of public transport, in particular to low-income households, who spends 43%, as Africa has alluded, of their monthly income on transport, commuting, and the impact on Cape Townians' quality of life. As a fast-growing city, with the increased use of single occupancy vehicles and the major shift to road-based public transport due to implosion of passenger rail, Cape Townians are concerned about matters like carbon emissions and climate change, road safety, and the quality of the daily commute in terms of affordability, comfort, safety, reliability, and time. The importance of this is reflected in the fact that public transport reform is a priority of the mayor and is included in our integrated development plan as a focus area. Cape Town is regarded as a highly congested city. The city's mobility networks, services, and roads are already under strain due to the erosion of passenger rail as a result of national government failure. This is anticipated to get worse due to migration as more people are moving to Cape Town in search of better lives and opportunities. The city of Cape Town is already tackling transport challenges through our 8.3 billion capital budget for urban mobility over the next 3 financial years. 5.2 billion of which will be invested to expand my city alone. We are currently engaged in negotiations with the minibus taxi industry following their strike in August to find out how we can prevent such disruption to public transport in future. We will also be launching our anti-extortion campaign later this month to tackle the construction mafia. Now, more than ever, urban mobility needs to navigate the complex transport landscape to keep people, goods, and services moving in an efficient, cost-effective manner and address key challenges, some of which are beyond the control of local government. Our goal is to set Cape Town on a course to build resilience, drive transport reform, and alleviate congestion. In addressing these challenges, urban mobility is developing innovative ideas, implementing creative design, engineering, and technology solutions to sustain and improve mobility. Delegates will hear more about this over the 2 days. Finally, it is only by collaborating with transport stakeholders that we will be able to navigate complex transport landscape, keep people moving, and address these challenges. I look forward to robust debate, and I trust you will enjoy the summit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please, for the City Manager for the City of Cape Town, Lungelo Mbadazai. The Executive Director for the department has a gift that she'd like to hand over to you. Of course.
Thank you.
If we can have the handheld on, please.
City Manager from Urban Mobility. It is City Manager's birthday tomorrow. And unfortunately, Urban Mobility will be here, so I will be missing the internal parties. So we want to, from Urban Mobility, this is a little gift from all of us that we want you to go and wear on the farm when you go on holiday. And we wish you all the best, and thank you for being such a great leader to all us officials, and that you always are there for us when we need you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dalian. You made me blush. I hope I don't have to declare it.
I promise you don't have to declare it. Or you can sign it off yourself as a gift a gift of sympathy.
City Manager, happy birthday for tomorrow. I know it's unusual to wish one ahead of their birthday, but do be surrounded by a lot of love tomorrow and know how special you are. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please, and birthday wishes for our City Manager. Jordan Hill-Lewis is the Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town, a man who came into that office with a bold agenda and intending to make sure that he addresses as many of those promises he made to the electorate as is possible. Jordan, I tried as much as possible to fill the time while I was waiting for my colleagues at SAFM to free you up, but I'm glad you made it here on time. Please welcome Jordan Hill-Lewis, the Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town. Good to see you.
Very well.
I'm very well, thank you. How are you? They're putting that up on a thingy for you. How was the interview? Was it good?
Very nice. Oh, I see you've got a microphone there as well.
Yeah, so
Very
they can
good.
hear a little bit of you there. What did KG ask you?
A whole lot of difficult questions.
Good, as she should.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome to Cape Town. For those of you who have traveled from elsewhere in South Africa to be here, you are all very warmly welcome here at our beautiful Cape Town Stadium. and a very warm welcome to a number of councillors who I see in the room from various political parties. Thank you very much for your cooperative and collaborative work in the urban mobility portfolio, and thanks for attending. And of course, our great members of Team Cape Town, many of whom I see here, and who have had a difficult task the last week, cleaning up and fixing roads across our city, and have done a remarkable job alongside organizing this Urban Mobility Summit. And I'd like to just take a moment to recognize all our urban mobility colleagues for the work they've done over the last week, in particular after these devastating Cape Town floods, the Western Cape floods. I'm very grateful to you, Executive Director and Mayoral Committee member, for arranging this summit, because issues of urban mobility and public transport are increasingly front of mind for South African families. And that wasn't always the case a few years ago. It's not always been the case that people at dinner tables and in the course of their daily lives are increasingly concerned, talking about, anxious about, dissatisfied with issues of urban mobility and public transport. And the reason for that, as I came in listening to our wonderful city manager, who's having his birthday tomorrow, is that because it is becoming more and more expensive and less reliable in South Africa. And that is not a Cape Town phenomenon, although we have, as you well know, recently dealt with some difficulty of our own in the space. It is actually a South African phenomenon. I read this report in the Sunday Times 2 weekends ago, I think it was, interviewing a deputy headmaster on the far west rand of Johannesburg, who spends in a relatively good state job as a deputy headmaster of a public school, spends more than 30% of his income on public transport, getting to and from the school that he helps to manage. So that is why it is increasingly becoming front and center in our national discussion. And I'm really pleased to have you here with us, Mr. Imran, a good Cape Townian as well, because Cape Townians do all the good stuff nationally. He is the Chief Executive Officer of PRASA. I presume that you were welcomed before I arrived, sir, but you, yes, most funny book up, no? So all the way from just down the road at the Boerkaap, now running the PRASA, the Passenger Rail Authority, and slowly but surely trying, under extraordinarily difficult circumstances, to rebuild passenger rail in South Africa. And of course, I'll get to that a little bit later. The other reason I'm glad that we're having this mobility summit, ladies and gentlemen, is because part of the reason I love a crisis is that it gives you the opportunity to immerse yourself intellectually in a new subject. I must admit to you that I was not a great expert or reader of public transport issues prior to the taxi strike that happened here about a month and a bit ago. But when you're faced with a situation like that, you've got to roll up your sleeves and you've got to dive into the legislation, the regulation. You've got to try and understand the issues at play, otherwise you have no hope of negotiating effectively across the table from experts. So that is exactly what I did. And the result left me absolutely convinced of how ripe for quite fundamental reform the minibus taxi industry and the public transport industry in general is in South Africa. Structurally, and I see some of our colleagues from the minibus taxi industry here, and I'm very pleased that they've attended, and I hope that they will agree with the sentiment. Structurally, the minibus taxi industry in South Africa is set up to fail. It does not serve the best interests of the commuters and the public at large and the passengers. And in many ways, drivers who are at the heart of that service are incentivized every day to try and squeeze in as many trips as possible so as to make a living, to make ends meet, and thereby ignoring that which is in the best interests of passenger and public safety. Now, we have to be able to have a mature discussion in South Africa about how to fix that for the future. Because the future is something that we try to focus our teams on a lot, and I'd be very grateful for a bottle of water if my... oh, thank you very much, Dwayne. Always on top of things.
One.
The future is something that we try to get our team
Morning,
here in
Davy.
Cape Town to think about constantly.
Can you hear me?
We have this kind of catchphrase in our city of
Davy.
being the city of hope for South Africa.
Thank you.
And that's a
all I
nice way
needed
to
know. Thank you,
encapsulate
sir.
what we are trying to do. But really embedded in that is two concepts that we try to drum into our teams as often as possible. One is about divergent economic growth. And we unashamedly say we are aiming for divergent economic growth. Cape Town has very consistently been able to grow at 30 or 50, or in very good times, maybe even 75 basis points better than the rest of South Africa. But it has never actually been able to achieve breakout or divergent growth. And that's always puzzled me. And I think the efficiency of our network infrastructure and public transport in particular is one of the things that holds us back from breakout growth. That is why we are so obsessed with fixing the trains. Because we understand it's absolutely critical for, thanks very much, Duane, absolutely critical for the, oopsie, cheers, very early in the morning. It's absolutely critical for the livelihoods of those people getting to work, getting to and fro around the city. But it's absolutely essential for the investment case and the growth case for our city as well. So that's the first concept of divergent growth. The second one is one of resilience, which, put simply, as the city manager has said, means protecting our city from national failure. Unfortunately, so many of the basic services around South Africa are under tremendous pressure or are already showing signs of critical failure. Now, we have a choice as local government. We can either say our job is to make the taps work and to fix the potholes and so on and stick to our knitting, so to speak. Or we can say, if we are passionate about seeing South Africa succeed, if we want to demonstrate that our country still can make progress, then we have to be able to do more to protect our residents, our city, from those examples of failure. And so for reasons of achieving divergent growth and for reasons of building resilience and protecting our city for the future, we have to be focused like a laser beam on public transport issues. Everything that we do is about how do we make Cape Town a thriving city for the future. And I often use this simple visual analogy because I believe it communicates, it focuses the mind, it communicates powerfully what we have to do. Most of you who grew up in Cape Town remember Cape Town as a kind of slightly quiet town. That's why it's called Cape Town. Not really a bustling major global metropolis. But in fact, we are already at 4.8 million people, and I suspect that when the census comes out, we are promised, if the Sunday Times is to be believed this last week, promised imminently, I suspect we probably already have crossed the 5 million person threshold. Within most of our lifetimes here in this room, Cape Town will double that number again. Then we will be a truly massive global city, 10 million people strong. And I ask people to name a single city anywhere in the world that thrives at that size and at that number without an extremely efficient public transport system. There is not one. You can name lots of cities bigger than that that do not have public transport systems, but they are not thriving cities. If you want to go to the cities of Indonesia and Philippines, Southeast Asia in general, if you want to go to the cities of South America, the megatropolises of Sao Paulo and Rio and Mexico City and others, all of them have more efficient, more effective public transport systems. So we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing now, each of us here in positions of power and responsibility, what are we doing now to prepare Cape Town for that inevitable future in 20 or 30 years' time? If we are not starting to think and plan and implement now, then by the time that number arrives, we will not be ready for it and our city will suffer greatly. We will be one of those truly gridlocked cities that has no viable investment case. So we have to act with boldness. We have to push the envelope. We have to try to get results. Be prepared to do what we have not done before, and be really ambitious in our public transport plans. And that is why we have said we are so supportive of the position taken by the National Cabinet in March of 2022 that passenger rail over time should be devolved to quote-unquote capable metros. Didn't mention Cape Town by name, but said capable metros. That is a written cabinet decision by the highest decision-making authority in South Africa on any matter of any government policy. And it is a strange and different world in which the highest decision-making authority on any matter of public policy in the country can take a decision and then just dololo. Nothing happens. 18 months later, and not a single step forward has been taken in that policy decision. Which is why we are actively trying to agitate and push this matter and get government to engage us on how and when that process is going to unfold. Internally, we are trying to work to prepare ourselves for that inevitability. And we are not in any way confused about how the future of passenger rail should work in South Africa. We do not want devolution just for devolution's sake, or indeed so that we can try and run a globally competitive rail system. We understand that the involvement of private capital and private management skills is going to be absolutely essential to the successful management of that public infrastructure in future so that the public can get a proper service. So I must say I am pleased with the, I won't ask for your comment, Mr. Imran, but I'm pleased about the leadership changes at Transnet over the recent week because I think the leadership was an inhibitor to taking this discussion forward, and I sincerely hope that with a more forward-looking, ambitious leadership in place and at the Transnet level, the parent company level, and hopefully at the shareholder level as well, the ministerial level, we can really start to make progress on this essential question. And my offer or my plea or my call to those in those positions of leadership is, do not see this as Cape Town trying to play politics. This is about delivering a quality service for the public that needs it. There are 1 million, just shy of 1 million people in our city who used to use the train 5, 6, 7 years ago, very few of whom, about 3.5% of whom, 3.5% of whom use it today. That is not how we are going to build a city of 10 million people for the future. That is not how we're going to build an investment case. That's not how we are going to get people out of poverty in our city over time and get them into work. So we genuinely want to work collaboratively, but we are also not prepared to accept being in the same position as we are today in 5 years' time. We also want to see progress. So we extend our hands open in openness and in friendship and say, let us work collaboratively to implement the government decision, the cabinet decision of March 22, which we wholeheartedly support. And we hope that that offer is taken up. I also want to say it's not only one-way traffic. I also want to thank Hisham for the collaborative work that we are doing on the matter of a service level agreement with PRASA in the city. We have got obviously a number of concerns and inputs that we want to make, but Hisham and his team have been willing to talk, to engage properly, and hopefully we get something, a finalized product in writing in the not too distant future for a service level agreement. Then if I can just circle back to minibus taxis. I've said how important it was to immerse oneself in the detail in the midst of crisis. You learn a huge amount of things. And that's why I'm glad, Rob, that the topic for today, or in fact I think for both days, is how we can achieve reform in the public transport space. And reform is a kind of gentle word, but those of you who are much more knowledgeable than me in the room and who have done this for a much longer time will, I think, know in technicolor detail how much need and scope there is for real root and branch reform in the minibus taxi industry in our country. It's of concern to me that drivers are not properly protected and paid a basic living wage. It's of concern to me that they work too long hours, and that compromises both on their safety and on the safety of their passengers. It's a concern to me that some days they work a 14, 15-hour shift and earn absolutely nothing. They work simply for the privilege of paying their taxi owner to have a job. And of course, the most fundamental concern is that customers, commuters, passengers don't get a safe, reliable, first world service out of this deal. All too often they get something that is unsafe, unreliable, sometimes downright dangerous, and where violence as a tool of negotiation is often baked into the system. Now, I think that over the course of the next 2 days, you're going to hear about this tremendous pilot program that we ran in Mitchell's Plain in a taxi association called the 7th Avenue Association, which admittedly is a small pilot. I think, if I remember correctly, about 120 vehicles in that pilot. But the pilot delivered incredible results, and I see some of the people who led that pilot here. Now, the DBSA and the NDOT and others are interested in learning the lessons of that pilot and seeing if it is replicable and scalable, both in Cape Town and across the country. The outcomes were that drivers earned more. They earned a basic minimum wage plus commission on what they made over and above that. Owners actually earned more because there was a need for fewer vehicles on the route. And passengers had the luxury, so to speak. It shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a standard, but the luxury of having a scheduled service so that they didn't need to wait for taxis. They could know that the taxi would arrive at exactly 7:07 and there'd be another one at 7:15 or whatever the case is, and they could use that scheduled service. So it was an absolutely tremendous and quite unblemished success. And I think we have a lot to learn for how we can apply the lessons of that pilot to the industry at large, and to in Cape Town, and indeed to the regulatory and legislative environment for minibus taxis in South Africa. And then finally, folks, we've obviously got our service, which we are very, very proud of, a world-class bus rapid transport service called MyCity. I hope that many of you are regular users of it. It is a great service, and passenger numbers are growing very nicely. They are well past pre-COVID levels. Some of those buses are absolutely chock-a-block, and we're looking to how we can get bigger buses on certain busier routes and so on. And really, the future for a 10 million person Cape Town is that trains, our buses and other buses, I'm sure Golden Arrow's in the room, minibus taxis are working together in a coordinated model that properly serves the public, so that you can hop on a minibus taxi at a scheduled time, tap with your phone. There might be Wi-Fi available so that you can use your phone in the taxi. You can then go down to the station, get a bus on an express route on a dedicated lane, or hop onto a train and use the same payment method to get on and off the train as it zooms you around the city and gets you to where you need to be. That is what we are going to have to build if Cape Town is going to succeed as a 10 million person city. Now, for many of us who have used public transport or who have grown up catching taxis in Cape Town or elsewhere, will say, oh, come on, that's just a dream. Does this guy live in South Africa? I understand that we are very far from that model right now. But we have to all make a decision as to whether we are just happy to allow the status quo to continue for another 2 decades, such that when there are 8 million or more people in our city, it's exactly the same, except the roads are much, much worse and much more congested. Or are we going to do something now to start a genuine discussion, to prod along genuine reform, to force our foot in the door of devolution, to make that future model possible? If we are going to build a city that can achieve divergent breakout growth and can achieve resilience for the future, then we are going to have to do the latter of those two things. We are going to have to force our foot into the door of devolution, and we're going to have to start a discussion about root and branch reform in public transport. So I'm very pleased to be able to kick off this discussion and to learn a lot from you in the coming discussions, and I look forward to seeing the outcomes of this Mobility Summit, especially listening to Dr. Abedian, who I know is going to give us the lecture of a lifetime, because he is a former lecturer of mine and he never ever pulls his punches. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town. Jordan, you might as well just stay on stage because you're going to be joining the panel, any of the seats there. If we can have him mic'd up, please, gentlemen. I'm happy for you to come and do it on stage here. And while Jordan is being mic'd up, can I also invite Professor Jaap de Visser of the Dullah Omar Institute of Constitutional Law and Governance at the University of Western Cape to come up on stage. Iraj Abedian has been made reference to already, the Chief Executive Officer of Pan-African Investment and Research Services, and Dr. Dave van der Meulen, an independent transport consultant. If you all can just make your way to the stage, please. And joining us remotely will be Davi Rood. He's the Director and Chief Economist of the Efficient Group. I think the Mayor has set a wonderful and clear tone as to what the vision is and what we hope to achieve. Some of those goals are ambitious, without a doubt, but many of them are certainly attainable. Hisham, I know he said that he's not going to put you on the spot, but you are the acting CEO of Metro Rail, good sir. You are in the room. We're going to be discussing passenger rail. I might be bringing a microphone to your corner of the area. And I mean, there's no point in talking about you when you are in the room, is the reality. A 10 million strong city within our lifestyle is certainly something that we need to keep top of mind. We need to come up with solutions that are going to be addressing the needs and the pressures of such a city in the future. And the conversation starts now. We're going to start with reflecting on reform in the passenger rail space. The City of Cape Town and their ongoing rail feasibility study in an aim to chart the way to devolution has so far found out that low-income households will save up to 932 million rand per year with an efficient passenger rail service in Cape Town. The research also shows that functional rail will sustain over 51,000 jobs and add 11 billion rand to the local economy each year. And so we turn to our panel this morning to unpack some of these details. What happened to my chair? I do need that chair back. Thank you. That's the one bit we didn't rehearse this morning, Dalian. But otherwise, it's all good. And perhaps, let me start with you, Jaap. Does the Constitution allow for the devolution of passenger rail function?
Thank you, Mr. Lana. Good morning. Am I working?
Can we have the mics up, please?
Good morning.
Yeah, you're on.
So thanks very much for inviting me, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to my fellow panelists and everyone here. So to start with that question, the answer is yes. That is in fact an uncontroversial question. That can
No, let's get a
All right,
handheld.
we just need to get the microphone going properly.
Yes.
1, 2.
is this better?
1, 2.
Okay. We'll get it right eventually, guys. We do apologize for these.
Very reserved.
Murphy's Law always has it that it works perfectly before anyone is in the audience, and then people come in and then it starts challenging. Does the Constitution allow for the devolution of passenger rail function?
So yes, it does. It does allow for the devolution of passenger rail function to competent municipalities. The answer to that question is simply yes. I think the more controversial question is, does the Constitution demand devolution? Does it demand the devolution of passenger rail? So to sort of unpack that question a bit, if I may, just a few minutes. So we need to take a few steps back. The Constitution divides responsibilities between the three spheres of government, national, provincial, and local. And it does this by using lists at the end of the Constitution, Schedule 4 and Schedule 5. If an issue is not listed in any of those lists, it's a national issue. But if it's listed in any of those lists, we need to look at where it is listed to determine, is it a city function, is it a local government function, or a joint national provincial function. So that's the, let's say, the default division in the Constitution. But there is a comprehensive system to shift functions. So it's not cast in stone. There are no fewer than 5 provisions in the Constitution that provide for devolution, even though I prefer to use the term assignment because that is the official constitutional term. And there's 2 very good reasons for this. One, the Constitution did not want the division that we have in the Constitution to be rigid, to be static, but it wanted some flexibility. And secondly, the Constitution did not want the division to be a one-size-fits-all. The Constitution did not envisage that every municipality would forever have the same functions as its neighbors. There would be some asymmetry emerging. And this is complemented by provisions in other legislation, the Municipal Systems Act and finance legislation, to make sure that proper funding arrangements are made when there is devolution or assignment. Now, what does the Constitution say about passenger rail? Nothing specific. However, it does talk about public transport. It says that municipalities must perform municipal public transport in Schedule 4B, and that national and provincial governments are jointly responsible for public transport in Schedule 4A. Now, you may immediately ask the question, what's the difference between the two? The Constitution does not define these, but the National Land Transport Act goes a long way in defining what's the difference between municipal public transport and public transport. For example, a bus service that begins and ends within the city of Cape Town would be a city function and would fall under municipal public transport. Now back to passenger rail. So it's safe to assume that passenger rail would be part of the constitutional term public transport. So what does that mean? It means that the national and provincial governments are jointly responsible for passenger rail. And as we know, it currently sits with a national state-owned entity. So can it be devolved to local government or to a specific municipality? Yes, as I said, it can. The Constitution, in fact, provides the instruments to do that. Next question is, who would decide on whether or not devolution or assignment takes place? In principle, the national government decides. It must either adopt an act of parliament or issue a presidential proclamation, conclude an agreement to effect that assignment. So in principle, it is a discretionary thing. The national government may decide to assign, or it may decide not to assign. However, there's one exception to this discretion, and this is contained in section 156(4) of the Constitution. There we suddenly see a must. The only place in these 5 constitutional provisions on assignment where there is a must, because it says that national government must assign if we're dealing with the scenario of the following 3 things. 1, the responsibility must be listed in the schedules. 2, the issue must be most effectively administered locally. And 3, the municipality must have the capacity to administer it. So if we unpack the last 2, which are the most, I think, difficult ones to interpret, is the issue most effectively administered locally? So here, the city would, of course, argue that passenger rail is most effectively administered locally because it is inextricably linked to mobility within the city, linked to other modes of public transport, linked to the city functions such as town planning, urban design, etc., etc. Many of the arguments that the executive mayor has already mentioned. The counter-argument for the national government will be perhaps that passenger rail takes place on a network that goes far beyond the city's boundaries. I think what's going to be a very interesting issue here, if one sort of brainstorms this issue, what is the role of national failure? Does that also play a role in arguing whether or not an issue is effectively administered locally? Then the third issue of capacity to administer. So here we run into the classic chicken and egg problem. Can you prove that you have a track record in administering passenger rail when you never had the function to begin with? So the focus must be on general aspects of capacity, finances, governance, and capacity to integrate this into the city's operation. So perhaps passenger rail services within the city of Cape Town ticks all these 3 boxes. It can be argued, and I think it's something that we need to unpack. But before anyone who sort of supports devolution strongly gets too excited, section 156(4) also puts a bit of a damper on it, because it says you must assign by agreement and subject to conditions. So this is where many of us lawyers get a bit stuck, because how can the Constitution say that you must assign, which implies compulsion, but then by agreement, which implies consensus? So we don't really know. We have no precedent. This is uncharted territory, and we have to unpack this going forward. But one thing I've learned in constitutional law is this. The Constitution never says must for no reason. So there is a level of compulsion there. The Constitution is intentional and wants a certain dynamic. It wants municipalities to, in the words of the executive mayor, push the envelope. It's built into what the Constitution envisages. So there is a possibility of a claim that can be made. How it's going to be enforced, it's hard to say. But if we imagine a worst-case scenario, and unfortunately as a lawyer I'm always the eternal pessimist, and we always think of the worst-case scenario. Let's say there's an intergovernmental conflict which remains unresolved. It's followed by a court case. Can a court compel the national government to assign passenger rail to the city? So I would go out on a limb and say potentially yes. If the city manages to convince the court that all those 3 boxes are ticked, it could instruct the 2 parties to negotiate and come to an agreement, and it could then demand to check that agreement as part of a so-called supervisory order. But this is just me thinking out loud. So in short, the Constitution permits the devolution of passenger rail, provides mechanisms to do so, and section 156(4) of the Constitution could be invoked to argue that the national government must assign. However, this provision is ambiguous, uncharted territory, difficult to enforce. And of course, if devolution of rail is pursued, it would be much preferred if it's based on negotiation between the 3 spheres of government.
No,
Thanks.
that makes sense. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Great input.
Iraj, we've got the legal framework that we find ourselves in, and we should note Professor Jaap de Visser is not trying to pitch for any legal work with the City of Cape Town regarding this issue. Perhaps then the key question is, who should be operating passenger rail?
The short answer is those who can. Very simple. This is not a legal issue. This is not an ideological, racial, or any other issue. The issue is a business. And the business, you give it to whoever can do it.
Yes.
Now, this debate in South Africa and worldwide about private sector superior to the public sector is more morally acceptable than the private sector, is an absolute oxymoron, absolute nonsense, absolute tyranny to the poor and to the working class. And those who are the champions of the working class, I appeal to you, let's have a discussion, a serious discussion, because it's a serious business. People's lives is very, very important. We cannot ideologically define it. Private sector is exploiting, public sector is the gods and angels. It's not. Let me just give you a few examples of why I say so, and I'm saying it as a student of economics. I've got no other legal or other competencies. I'll leave it to those who know better, and they can argue endlessly while people die. So, private sector. Let's look at some of the examples of private sector who have not glorified themselves in South Africa. Steinhoff, have you heard of them? Marcus Eustace Steele is crooking around Stellenbosch. Tongaat Hewlett, ABNB, have you heard of them? They paid 25 billion rand, got away with murder. It's a Swiss company, by the way. It's not a third world country. It's not Nigerian. It's not Mexican. Swiss. Hitachi. Say no more. And I can go on, read the Zondo Commission, 5,500 pages of them. These are not accusations. These are established facts by the Supreme Judge of the country. On the public sector side, so these are examples of, is private sector by itself good? The answer is maybe not. Public sector, look at our own examples. We don't have time. I'm very conscious of time. And the mayor's allusion that I mustn't give a lecture. So I thought, Eskom, once upon a time, some of you may be young to remember, but when I got involved back in 1992, 1993, 94, 97, 98, Eskom was the top SOE in the world, not in Africa. We used to go and give lectures about how Eskom was successful being a public entity. It was much higher rated in the capital market than the South African government, the guarantor, the owner, and. We had Denel. We had South African Atomic Energy Entity, globally successful, despite all the apartheid connotations, which must note. But as an entity, SOE, but publicly run. Water boards in South Africa were very successful. So I can go on and on. So what happened? Was public sector, and at the same time, by the way, in the 1990s, the Mexican Water Authority globally was seen as the best run entity as a business. And we think of these entities and we call them entities as if they are not business. They are the most important business in any economy. SOEs, ports, railways, telecommunication, water, and. These are the most important business, and if you run them properly, your economy will prosper, and if you politicize them ideologically or drive them, you will run the economy down. It's just as simple and plain as that. I, with the greatest respect to the Constitution and the lawyers and so on, if we go the legal route, whilst people are dying, the proverbial, the Rome is burning whilst we are looking at this close and the other close, we need to be conscious of the consequences of these businesses that we call them public entities, and we politicize them, driving with ideologies that have failed. Nothing less. They have failed. They have failed us, they have failed our poor, and they are failing our children, never mind our go-go's and elders. So is it a private sector or public sector? The answer is it's an irrelevant question. The question is who can run it. Have you got the competency? Is it private? Wonderful. Have you got the competency? Is it public? Wonderful. But the reality, there are three things that we have to look at. The reality of the prevailing culture, private or public, doesn't matter. What is their culture of running the business? And you mustn't distinguish between private sector being more important than public sector. Public sector, for me, is a foundation upon which the private sector can prosper. And if the foundation is loose, forget about building the second and the third and the fourth floor. I hope my analogy makes sense. The second issue that we have to ask ourselves in terms of who should run the business is the competency to run the business. Do they know what they do? They can be private sector and be a bunch of crooks. Don't touch them for the sake of our children and ourselves. The third issue is what is the socioeconomic reality of our community and society. If there's a bunch of rich and super rich people who've got their own helicopters and their own water sources and their own electricity and their own thing, and if they don't, they can afford it, that reality suggests that the role of public entity is much less critical for social welfare than if you have a society that the majority of whom are dependent on the functionality and the effectiveness of the public sector. Therefore, we need to take those things a lot more seriously. So then we have to ask ourselves, what is the situation in South Africa? Who can? Is there a role for public sector? Absolutely. Why? Because unfortunately, the public sector has degenerated to the level of dysfunctionality. And if you don't believe me, pick up the phone here and phone any department of your choice and see if they answer. You don't have to be ideological about it, or racist, or anti-race, or anti-white, or anti-black, anti-ANC, anti-FF. Phone, see if they answer. And if they don't answer, that is the best test of citizens' level of service. So that is unfortunate, and I'm saying it with deep emotions, because I spent about 10 years of my life worrying about, when I was at UCT, how do we make public sector, new public sector, post-apartheid public sector, a globally competitive, efficient, effective operations. And we made some success, but it has gone way down beyond, in some cases, risk. So some of our SOEs, Eskom, as I mentioned, the most revered public entity in the world, has become fatally wounded under the guardianship of political and ideological abuse. And misguided interpretation of what is the role of a SOE. As a result, we have a culture of management at the moment, from within government to our SOEs, a culture of management. It's got nothing to do with race. It's got nothing to do with a political party. A culture has evolved, as in many private entities, such as Steinhoff and others that I mentioned, that has become accustomed to mediocrity.
Yes.
The crook trains the crook. The incompetent teaches the other incompetent how to be competent. It doesn't work. The result is 10 years later, you have gotten used to mediocrity. You think that's how it is. And here is a simple challenge, simple test. I'm not accusing anybody. Go to any province, any national government department. DG is the chief executive officer of that business, is it not? By definition, must be somebody who knows about that department. And I'm asking a very simple, heartfelt question. Which of the DGs has got the authority? Where is their experience in education, in health, in this, in that, and whatever their chief executive officer? Is it an unfair question to ask? What books have they written? What challenges have they faced in that field? Don't put me in charge of a 747 to fly. What will I do? I collapse the damn thing and kill myself and kill you. That's what the DGs do. Is it not? Or am I being unfair? There's got to be somebody who sits in that department with authority of the experience, with the authority of knowledge, expertise, and knows what to do and what not to do, and what are the consequences of doing the wrong thing. And not getting Guptas and the whole crowd robbing the country in front of all of us daylight and then try to rescue the situation. It doesn't help. We need to be real. It's a real business. People's lives is real. We cannot subject it to ideological nonsense. So the culture of mediocrity is something that has happened. It does not self-correct. Not in corporates, not in government departments. What do the corporates do, shareholders, when the culture of mediocrity sets in? They do a management. They kick them out and they bring a new management, which is a turnaround management. And these days, I'm in that business. Not for anybody. I don't advise anybody. Don't offer me anything. I do my own business. When something doesn't work, I don't hesitate. Kick them out, bring people who know what to do, and that's the only way. If our SOEs, including Rails, including SAA, including the NEL, including Transnet, which once upon a time back in 2008, 2009, when I was aboard and I'm declaring here, Transnet used to make billions of profit. Billions. Today is bankrupt in the daylight. It hurts. It hurts, and I'm not being emotional, it hurts. Because if Cape Town wants to become a 10 billion city, which it will become, it's a question of
10
what
million,
type
please.
10 million. I'm getting ahead of myself because of my emotions. A 10 million city cannot, Cape Town being its geographical GPS, cannot achieve it without ports operating. Being a successful Singaporean style, not a Cape Townian or Durban style. We got to benchmark it against Singapore.
Yes.
Why? Because the delivery from, sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional here. The delivery time, and check me out, when ships arrive at the territorial waters of Singapore, you have 2.5 hours from that point to container on the back of your truck to your factory. Because in that container there sits millions of capitals of that country, in this case South Africa. Workers are dependent on it, doctors are dependent on it, hospitals are dependent on it, factories are dependent on it. The capital and the productivity of investment in Cape Town depends upon the speed with which ports operate. You have this nonsense, and I'm saying it's nonsense because they forgot to put plugs for the temperature fruit that has to go to Europe. How much expertise does it take to anticipate that this is citrus season coming upon us? Yes, there are environmental issues, but the environment doesn't change the cycle of table grapes and citrus, does it? You know you're going to expect this thing. Get the damn plugs ready so that the fruit doesn't rot. The workers lose their jobs, and I can go on. So a city is not just about the rail, Mayor, and the councillors who are here. It's also about the port. It's about the efficiency with which these integrate all around. Let me finish it up before I get too out of my own skin. We have, given where we've landed, whether we like it or not, there is no way to change that culture of turnaround without private sector participation. However, we do not want Hitachi. We do not want ANBNB. We do not want, because they are licking their lips. Every time that they hear the mayor talking about private sector or a minister and so on, I hear them, KPMG saying, here comes millions and billions for us. Hitachi says, wow. And SAP, the German company, not South African police, they say, here we are to now rip them on it's a new game in town and we know how to rip them apart. No, 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 no. We need competency, we need ethics, which is very scarce these days. If we get that right, we'll be able to change the culture. Okay. And doesn't matter what, that's the business that we should focus on. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I should note that the views shared by Dr. Iraj Abedian do not reflect the views of the city. I'm teasing. Dave, your question is going to be, is there a case for keeping passenger rail in the hands of the national government? And after that salvo from Iraj, the answer is clearly, well, at least not exclusively.
Thank you. This is converging, I think, on quite a shared opinion amongst the three of us how to deal with these issues. The question is whether passenger rail should be kept in the hands of the national government. I'd like to broaden it a bit and take it to a national government around the world and see how these things are done. Because when you're confronted with a new problem, there are two fundamental ways of dealing with it. The one is, how do others do it? And then the other way is, what is the rational way to do it, or common sense? And for sure, we've got a new problem. A public transport system that absolutely descends into inability to deliver any service at all, that is very, very rare around the world. I think the closest that any other railway has come to that is Berlin S-Bahn, which got bombed to pieces during World War II. But even war could not totally stop service there. They continued despite whatever happened. So really we've got a unique problem. The world hasn't seen this before. How others deal with it is to avoid it in the first place. If you look at the global metro railway situation, let's have a look at the difference between developed and developing countries. And I know there are issues about that distinction, but let's not push those right now. London started metro railways in 1863. The first one in what is now a developing country, Ukraine, was in 1960. There was almost a 100-year gap between developed countries implementing metro railways and then developing countries starting to implement them. But 2023 is an interesting year. That's the year in which they evened out. So the rate of growth in developing countries in metro railways has far exceeded that of developed countries. The rate is in fact so high that every 88 days there's a new metro somewhere around the world commissioned.
Wow.
That's a stunning increase, and we're a developing country. You know, how do we relate to that? Where do we fit into that scenario? These countries are primarily China and India that are making that contribution, but there are a lot of other developing countries as well that are implementing metro systems in their major cities. And Cape Town is certainly in the league of many of those cities that are implementing metros. The guiding principle that you find in many of these is that development leads to car purchases. People start getting jobs. First thing they want to do is to get a car so that they can get to work more easily. Congestion results, and eventually you get climate change problems as well. And what India and China are doing is they nip that in the bud by, when you start developing an area, put in a metro so that people can grow economically without growing into cars and into pollution. So it's a totally different paradigm. If you look at the developed world, you put in a metro to solve previous congestion that came from long ago, or to green your city so that you can deal with climate change issues. So there are really two different drivers into this. In developing countries, it's a proactive operation to get your metro systems going. India's, for example, got a policy of a metro in every city of 2 million people or more. And that's way beyond, at least way less than what Cape Town is, and certainly what it's talking about. China hasn't got a policy that's quite as clear as that. Theirs is more opaque, but the outcome is very similar to India. They're building metros at an enormous rate. So what does that mean for us locally? Now, we claim to be a developmental state, and it is conceivable that national government could provide railways like happens in, for example, China and India. Those are largely national initiatives. India is very interesting in that the national approach is to cut through all the democratic obstacles that you find in a very democratic society. Simply, you need a metro, you're going to get it, we're going to fund it, and go for it. In this country, we've heard of the possibilities of devolution and so on, but things just don't happen. Ideology, politics, whatever, get in the way of it actually happening. So there is this possibility that it could be done nationally. But the reality is otherwise. There's no sense of ownership for the metro railways. If one looks at back in history, I was in Transnet or South African Railways at that time. Blue Downs, for example, was on the agenda when I was there. That's the mid-1980s. We're almost 40 years further into the future, and we're still talking about it. The system design here in Cape Town as well is fundamentally flawed. It can't deliver the capacity that you would expect of a metro. But that's just come within the development of history. It's not Hisham's problem of creation, but it's yours for solution. That's a difficulty we have. The problems get embedded and they simply grow and nobody deals with them. So the time is now to make that choice between what others do and what's the rational thing to do. Now, the rational thing to do is to look at the relationship between metro railways and their citizens. Good metro railways have got a close relationship between city management and the citizens. There's stewardship by the city management and there's love and respect from citizens. The sort of events that we've seen happening here where Total Metro gets destroyed, it doesn't happen elsewhere in the world. Those systems are of value to the citizens. It's their lifeblood. It gets them to work, gets them to their social opportunities, to their education. Whatever their transport needs are, the metro is the basis of dealing with those needs. A good metro design is also part of the city's character and it's a source of pride for the city. If one Googles the world's best metros, and I think that's something each one of you can do, is just go and Google them and look who owns and operates those metros. They're not nationally owned metros. The top ones, all of them without exception, are run by the city. There's a close relationship. There's a love relationship between the citizens and their railway. They wouldn't ever dream of doing what has been done to urban rail in our country. And the best way of doing that is to get the city to do it. We can talk about where it should be done and where other people do it, but centrally it hasn't worked here. And one needs to get that relationship between the city and its citizens structured in a way that leads to progress in this job. Thank you.
Dave, thank you very much indeed. Now, the mayor, by the way, will get a chance to make one more case as to why the city needs to take care of Metro Rail. We're going to bring in Dawie Rood in a moment. He's the director and chief economist at the Efficient Group, just to talk about the importance of, I suppose, an efficient and effective public transport system in a growing economy. Hashim, I've already given you a warning that I will come to you, so I'll give you some minutes. Can I ask the sound guys to set up 2 stands on either side of the stage in the meantime, so that people who want to engage with the panel can ready themselves and then rather come to the microphone, as opposed to us having to find you in the room. Dawie, you've been listening with great interest, no doubt. Talk to us about the role that an efficient, safe, clean, cheap public transport plays in a growing economy. I think you're on mute. You might need to unmute yourself, good sir. Or maybe not. Do we have his sound?
He's been muted.
Or did we? It looks like we might have muted you. Tell us, Dawie, what did you have for breakfast this morning? Okay, let's try and sort that out in the meantime. Can I, before I go to Hisham perhaps, let me come to you, Mayor. You've heard 3 very different arguments. The first laying the legal framework that exists within South Africa. You yourself indicated that Cabinet has agreed that capable municipalities should take over the assignment of rail, but that has not happened yet. We had a very impassioned plea from Iraj around how we need to actually do this for the people ultimately. It is ultimately for the people. Whether it should be public or private, doesn't matter. Let's get the right person looking after the Metro Rail. And of course, Dave, very eloquently taking us around the world and best examples of where Metro Rail has been operated. It has been through city structures. What would be your additional case to make, not only to people here, but ultimately to South Africa, that the city of Cape Town should be given the responsibility?
I think these three gentlemen have made the case superbly well. I would just say if I can maybe just offer some brief remarks in response to all three of them. So far as I've read, the Delhi Metro is actually run by the city region of Delhi, New Delhi. That might not be the case in the other cities as well, but it's a great case to read about for anyone who's interested in the rollout of new metros. Delhi has just funded and rolled out their own metro, and it serves now a city region of 17 million people, I think it is, or perhaps more. Then to Prof. De Visser on the legal argument, I think ultimately well, let me say, I hope it doesn't come down to a legal dispute, but we're more than prepared to go there if needs be. I think this has died. Am I back?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Right. There's just one point that I want to make. Every single government decision in South Africa has to be rational. A decision to do something has to be rational, and a decision not to do something also has to be rational. A decision to maintain the status quo and not to assign the function is also a decision. And that decision has to, the state has to be able to defend that on rationality grounds. So I think if this does come to a dispute and it comes down to a legal argument over compelled assignment, the decision not to engage with us is going to be an indefensible one on rationality grounds. So, I just wanted to make that point and say there is scope there as well for a kind of non-decision, a review of a non-decision as well. And then, Prof. Abedian, I did warn you there was going to be a great lecture, and that was a classic Iraj lecture, but brilliantly put. I mean, I think the only point I would make, and he kind of came to that point at the end as well, is that while it is undoubtedly true that there is some shocking corporate behavior in South Africa, we have all seen it. At the end of the day, the incentives in private management are stacked in favor of greater efficiency over the medium term and therefore better public outcomes. Whereas, as I said in my opening remarks, the incentives in most areas of public transport in South Africa are actually stacked in favor of very poor outcomes, violence, the disregard for the law and commuter safety, and inefficiency. And so, while of course you have to be very aware of the risks of terrible corporate behavior, I think that the outlook for private management of ports, you're absolutely right to draw attention to the ports. I would be having the same fight on the ports as well, if I could, except for the first checkbox on Professor De Visser's list is it listed in the schedules? Unfortunately, the international ports of entry and exit are not. Well, I haven't asked you about this, Professor, but please feel free to tell me if I'm wrong. But my reading of the Constitution is that international ports of entry and exit are impermissible for reassignment, and that is quite clear. So I have left that alone. If there's space there, please let me know. but that is absolutely not the case with rail. But I totally agree on the necessity for private management in the management of our ports and harbors, and in our passenger rail and freight rail. Of course, freight rail is strangling our economy, fundamentally contributing to the weakness of the rand and therefore to inflation and food prices. I don't know if you have data on how much of the rand's weakness is related purely to the failure of our export infrastructure to be able to export through Richards Bay, for example. I read numbers that it was something like 17 or I don't want to get these numbers wrong, but it was tens of billions of rands a month in foreign exchange revenue being lost to the country because of the collapse of freight rail to Richards Bay alone. That is fundamentally contributing to economic weakness. So, private management essential.
Let me ask this then: does the city have the competency to run Metro Rail?
Well, we've never run a train system before, so the obvious answer is at the moment no. It would be arrogant to say we're ready to take over passenger rail today. That's why we are trying to have a collaborative discussion with the national states to say, we understand the end point of this journey, now let's start working on it together now. And from our side, we are keen to do that. I had this discussion with the executive director, I had it with the premier. We said, let's start hiring rail skills inside the city. We've started to do that now, and I think that's probably unprecedented in South Africa. So we are keen to start building that skills and expertise. We're keen to start building that licensing and contracting ability, but it has to be done in conversation with our partners, and that's not yet happening at the required degree.
Let's then respond to Dave's point that Cape Town cannot deliver on an optimal metro simply because of how it's designed. I might be paraphrasing and
yes, I get that point.
But
so
there's a structural limitation to Cape Town that will make it possible for us to get a metro that is penetrative and that will be extensive.
So a lot of people have spoken to me and said, why don't you just ditch your discussions with NDOT, ditch your discussions with PRASA, and go and build your own high-speed rail. Go and use your road reserves and do, amazing stuff, sky trains, whatever. The fact is, to go and spend what will certainly be tens, if not hundreds of billions of rands on new infrastructure, when we have existing infrastructure, we have it right there. It's just not being properly and optimally used, I think would be indefensible. I'm not ruling that out for the future. If you get no joy, I'm not ruling that out for the future. But I think it would be the most responsible thing to do is to try and use the great infrastructure that we do have and make it properly effective and efficient before you go and start discussing multi-tens of billion programs to build new infrastructure. When you look at the cost of what it took to build Gautrain, Gautrain might be in the room, but the reason that Gautrain is not really a public transport solution, I say with great respect, it is, it's subsidized transport for the upper middle class, is because they spend so much on the capital cost of building it that you have to recover that over. Hello?
Yeah.
They spent so much on the capital cost of building it that you have to recover some of that return through the ticket prices, which means that it costs $400 to go from the airport to Sandton. So I don't think that is, it certainly shouldn't be our first port of call. It would be far preferable to use the infrastructure we have and make it work properly before we start talking about high-speed rail and overhead rail and so on.
All right. Let me take that away from you and bring it to you, Hisham. We have ultimately been talking about taking work away from you and devolving it to the city. I appreciate that you're pretty new in the job, but your thoughts, your reflections, what are you feeling?
So thank you for ambushing me. But good morning to everyone in the room. I think interestingly we're discussing rail today. And I'm not sure whether everyone knows in the room that there's in fact an international rail conference happening here in Cape Town as we speak, out in Century City, an international rail safety conference that is taking place during the course of the whole week. And it's quite interesting even there. You will find a combination of whether we're talking city-run metros or run through national, so you can make an argument either way. And I'm not going to get into that discussion. I think there's been a lot that's been shared there. What I would like to I think, pick up on is the point that, sorry, is it doctor or prof? I heard now prof and a doctor. Prof obedience. So I want to pick up on that point and the point that you've made, Gordon, about the issue around collaboration. For me, what's critical as PRASA, remember we're the implementing agent. I'm not setting policy. All right, so I'm not going to get into that debate here. What is critical here is around the recovery of the rail system and the rebuild. Because as we speak here, it's the poorest of the poor suffering on the ground. And our strategy is not just about the poorest of the poor, it's expanding that market as well, beyond that. But we need to get that up and running as quickly as possible. So that for me is the immediate focus. I fully agree with what you are saying around collaboration, because these discussions can go on. Dr. Vermeulen, we've had these discussions with the national rail policy debates, institutional reform, all of that will happen, and it must happen. But at the end of the day, the strategy, the plans that need to be implemented is what is critical now. Whether it's PRASA, whether it's a new entity, whether it's a new institutional structure, but that strategy will still be there in terms of having an effective and efficient, affordable, reliable rail service in the city and in the country. So I fully support what is being said about the growth plans of the city, moving from 5 million to 10 million. We do have the plans, by the way. I mean, these plans are there. And this is where we've worked with the city of Cape Town in terms of looking at the integrated transport plans. It's not PRASA's plan to build Blue Downs. It's part of the integrated transport plan for the city. It forms part of that network. And I think it's important when we have these discussions to look at the actual context of where we are today. Those plans were there. 6 years back, it was the highest priority within PRASA to expand the network. In fact, funding was available for the Blue Downs Rail Link. It was being made available, capital at a national level. But then we know what's happened to the network post-COVID. Complete destruction of the network. And that is why now you see this process of rebuild and recovery that is fully underway. And Mayor, I'm sure you will agree with me that the last 12 months is not the same PRASA it was 12 months before. If you look at the recovery and the rebuild that we have done. In Cape Town specifically, yes, we know the central line is still top priority. We're working together on recovering that. But you've seen majority of the corridors are running again. Not optimally, but trains are running again. By the end of this year, you'll have the line to Strand. You'll have the line to Stellenbosch running. But until we get the signaling fully operational, you won't see the high frequency that we saw pre-COVID days. So that's programs that are running. So I think my input today, while I think it's a very important discussion that we must have, we must not lose focus on ensuring that that strategy, those implementation plans, do not suffer because of the reform discussions that must happen. Yeah. That must happen. And that will take time. I mean, you said you're frustrated, you need to agitate and all, and I think that's normal. Dr. Vermeulen, when we've gone through those processes, you look at France, how they've moved towards, it took them years, decades to get to that point. It's a reality. It's not easy discussions that one needs to have. And I think the national rail policy is clear around that. The next step is around the devolution strategy, which you want to get into those discussions. But I think critical now, and I mean my tenure is also a short tenure, and I don't want to get, I want to make sure that there's progress within this period. And that progress, I think the success lies with that collaboration. The success lies with ensuring we implement our plans in the short, medium term. You would have seen in the 12 months, and I'm using this platform now to say it, is that for the first time in more than a decade ever, you've seen PRASA spend its capital program, its capital allocation, for the first time. And that has an impact on the economy. That has an impact on the ordinary person on the street. When we launched the corridors here in Cape Town, exactly like the comment was being made earlier, you find the poorest of the poor spending between 30 and 50% of their household income on transport. But when we launched those services, where they were spending 70 Rand a day, they are now spending 7 Rand 50. And I like using the example of, I'm using the example of the Soweto line. It cost them 100 Rand a day a return trip with taxi and bus, which plays a very important role, I must add that. It's part of an integrated network. But when we launched the rail system, we were able to do a return journey for 18 Rand. And that's less than a litre of petrol, taking you from Soweto to Johannesburg and back. And that's the impact it has. So I think that is critical, that is the focus. PRASA's plan is there in terms of the recovery, the rebuild, the modernization of the rail network, which is critical. And I think leading on to the discussion about the devolution is also that we had this discussion as Dr. Vermeulen, as part of the national rail policy, is that there's also, I think, preconditions that makes devolution successful. And one of that is to have a functioning rail system that you're devolving, and not a system that is broken or bleeding that you devolve. I think that's something that also needs to be taken into consideration. If we're going through a process of rebuild, recovery, and modernization, let's put the effort on doing that as quickly as possible. Because those are prerequisites, important aspects for successful devolution of systems at a later stage. Because if we do that now, you're getting a system that is broken. And I think that's an important point to note. I think the question, and I appreciated those inputs from a legal as well as but the question is correct. At the end of the day, and the answer is correct, is who can do the job at this point in time?
Do you think you can do the job?
We can do the job, and it's been demonstrated in the past 12 months in terms of the recovery that we've put there. I'm not saying everything is perfect. The issue of the capacity we're addressing, the issue around the skills, experience, and very importantly is that collaboration. Because PRASA is not an island on its own. It does not come into cities and decide where it wants to build railway lines or what it needs to do. It works with the planning authorities in rolling out these systems.
Right.
And that's where the plans are developed.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. We literally have 8 minutes before we break for tea, so I'm going to take 2 questions, one from that side and one from this side, please. Davi, are you able to connect? Yes, we can. Davi, can I give you, sadly, only 3 minutes to tell us why an efficient and functioning public transport system is essential for a growing economy?
I think that has been covered pretty much, but maybe if you allow me, I will just look at this, give you a slightly different angle to what I'm observing at the moment. Will you allow me to?
Of course, go ahead.
Okay, so what I can tell you is that the local authorities in South Africa mostly collapsed. More than 70% of the local authorities are financially simply not viable anymore. That's the Auditor General. The state-owned enterprises in South Africa pretty much have collapsed. And the interesting thing about the state-owned enterprises, they are not being privatized officially, but they are being privatized in practice. Or put differently, they are simply coming to an end and somebody else is taking over the functioning of those various state-owned enterprises. What is interesting about this conference today is that somebody else seemed to be the city of Cape Town. What you do find in many other local authorities is that it's the civil organizations that are taking over many of these functions. And then a third thing, so that's the second biggest challenge in South Africa, state-owned enterprises. The state-owned enterprises, for practical purposes, are either coming to an end or have come to an end already. And of course, the financial issues on that in South African government is immense. And then the third major issue in South Africa has to do with national government. National government, especially national government accounts, have become completely and totally unsustainable. It's become unsustainable to such an extent that I'm afraid I think we are heading for a serious financial crisis in South Africa. The day is going to come when the private sector is going to say, listen, we're not going to keep on funding the state because we think this is far too risky. So I think if I could give a message to the city of Cape Town, is that simply start doing the stuff that the national government is supposed to be doing, because they are not going to do that. They are mostly ideologically driven, but that is perhaps a bit of a strong word, because there are not a few of them are real ideologues, but there are many of them that simply there for the take. They are simply there to line their own pockets. We have an exceptionally incompetent government and quite often a very corrupt government. So I'm actually quite happy to see that the city of Cape Town is taking an initiative like this, and it will be to the huge benefit to the city in itself. There were one or two questions that I can answer about the exchange rate of the currency. The rand, for example, is supposed to be trading at about 16.5 to the US dollar, and things like, for example, the fact that we can't get stuff out of the ground and out of the country, the minerals that we want to export is contributing to that, as an example. And the loss on revenue because of the train simply not working, so the harbour not working, we're talking about perhaps tens of billions of rands in lost GDP, because the railroads and Transnet and the harbours are not working properly. And it's not only the private sector that is losing, it's also the fiscus, which is currently under tremendous pressure because of that lost revenue as well. So from my side, I'm actually quite happy to see this kind of initiative coming from Cape Town.
No, for sure. And of course, W, are seeing some movements at Transnet at senior executive management level, and many people are hoping that is going to help. Jordan Hill-Lewis has a challenge. He's sitting with the ratepayers' money and some budget for national, but primarily ratepayers' money. How does he make a case to us as Capetonians that he needs to find tens of billions, if not more, to actually take over some of the services that you're suggesting he does?
Yeah, well, what I think he should be doing, it's not going to be easy, but I think that what he will have to do eventually is that you have to go to the capital market. But before you go to the capital market, you have to prove yourself to be an efficient and a competent government. And then you can go to the capital market. That's something that the ANC has not broken completely yet. The financial markets in South Africa are working very, very well, and it will be possible for the city of Cape Town to come to the capital market and borrow huge amounts of money, provided that you can actually show that you're going to invest this money well and you're going to get a proper return. We always have to bring it back to rands and cents, and we have to prove that investments does make financial sense as well. But I believe that the capital markets will be there for the city of Cape Town. But first, you have to get confidence in your city and in your management, and I think you're doing an excellent job in building that up.
Davi, thank you very much. Once again, the views of Davi Rood are the views of Davi Rood, and I'm joking. You know what? Sadly, I'm going to take whatever remaining time available and ask each of the panelists to give me 30 seconds on what needs to happen next, because I don't want us to walk out of here depressed, and I don't want us to walk out of here thinking we are a country. The summit has been put together to look at reform and how to build a resilient city of Cape Town as far as public transportation is concerned. So, Iraj, if you have 30 seconds and you can advise the mayor, what do you suggest he does?
Thank you very much. I think do what you started. Start this one, draw up a plan of action where processes we can do it, hold them accountable, not behind the closed door, in public, get them signed to delivery. If the private sector says we can do better or we can join, bring them in openly, and not for the short term. It is not a short-term action. It is a 5 to 7 year. We can't repeat it. I've got only 30 seconds. It's 5 to 7 year exercise to get a working integrated network in Cape Town. And my final is, for the sake of the country, do it, not for the sake of Cape Town. Unless we create a few models, one in Cape Town, one in Durban, one in Mpumalanga, one in here, so we can see which model is the best and we learn from each other. If we don't start it here, which is the most financially viable city metro in the country, others have no hope. Let's do it and not fear it.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, thanks. I spoke about the law in the hope, but also the expectation that we won't need it, and that this discussion will be resolved on not on a zero-sum basis, but on the basis of collaboration and intergovernmental relations. When I spoke about the courts, for example, courts are very uninterested in this. They'll be very, very reluctant to entertain any dispute between spheres of government unless it's really, the last resort. So that's sort of the disclaimer. One point I want to make is that it's an interesting point that Dr. Vermeulen made about the most successful metros are run by cities. I do believe that in the value of local democracy, if you have a city-run service where the people know who is the mayor ultimately in charge, they know who is running the metro service, it's close to home, it's not a elusive national entity that they don't have contact with. I think that's an important consideration. Very lastly, we do have the advantage as the city of Cape Town, certainly in comparison with other cities on the continent, we have one unified city. It's actually a huge advantage. Compare us with Lagos, compare us with Nairobi. Those are fragmented city structures with multiple mayors, so to speak. Here we have one unified structure. I think it was a brilliant move of the designers of the local government system to have uni-cities. So that I think, is something we have to our advantage. But once again, the law should be the backstop, the ultimate resort, and these issues should be resolved through healthy intergovernmental relations. And we have the design and the willingness to do that, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And Dave?
Thank you.
There's a microphone next to you.
Thank you. I believe what we've learned today is that there is shared ground, there's common ground, there are a lot of issues that we need to start talking to each other with, that we should have actually been talking about long ago. And I believe the case for dealing with Cape Town's rail issue is becoming so compelling that there's no reason not to really get down to grips with earnest engagement.
All right. And then, Mayor, we'll give you the last word.
We are now 18 months after the National Cabinet took the decision. We have had very little progress since then. We do not want to be in this position in 18 more months' time. We want to have made real, meaningful progress over the next 18 months to deliver what I think is definitely a 5 to 7 year program, which means we cannot waste a moment more. So I invite national government and national role players to see what we are doing as an invitation, as an opportunity to try a different delivery methodology, a different delivery method, to actually get a better outcome for the public. And if we agree that what all of us should be focused on is not ideology, not any other consideration other than what delivers the best outcome for the public, then let's try this together and let's get it done. But if not, if we still don't get progress, we're not going to simply put up our hands and say there's nothing more we can do about it. Our partners at national government and at entities will learn. We are very determined, very, very focused, and we'll keep knocking at the door until it opens.
All right. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, for our panel, and to Davi, of course, who joined us here as well. We're going to break for tea now for 20 minutes. If you can be back in the room, please, at 20 minutes past 11. 20 minutes past 11, we'll talk about how private spaces should accommodate public transportation development.
1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. One, two, one. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. One, two. One, one, one. Testing 1, 2. 1, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Testing 1, 1. Yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. Signal test 1, 2. Yeah.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1. Want more? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, there's an echo. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy?
I've got 15. Can we try one last bend of your beginning?
You may bend.
There were 5 in September.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1.
Keeps dropping down, Russia.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Urban mobility. Are we working? We're good? Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gentlemen, if I can have you starting to take your seats. There's a lovely concept called African time. And African time, I think, is most misunderstood. When my grandmother would say she'd meet me, she'd say, I'll meet you at sunset, right? And sunset would be, let's say, at 7:23. And that would be the time I would meet my grandmother, at 7:23. So it's around milestones as opposed to the metric measurement of seconds, minutes, and hours. And people often think that African time is late, but it isn't. African time is always on time. Always on time. And I say this because I asked you all to be back here at 11:20. That was a metric Western measurement of time, not African time at 11:34. So the fact that we're starting at 11:34 is not the fault of African time, but rather you're all just not paying attention to your clocks. Having said that, you're on that one, sir. Sorry, the far end. Far end. Apologies. Having said that, we're going to rush ahead as soon as Yakomen, my final panel member, is ready. And this discussion is actually important because Cape Town is growing. As the mayor said, most likely at the publishing of the latest census results, we're going to find that we're above 5 million and that within our time we'll get to 10 million. And in order for us to get there, we need to develop. The city needs to develop and needs to be able to absorb the additional demand on the city and its services and provision, right? What we're currently seeing in Cape Town is that a lot of the developments are designed around me assuming the ability to buy a car and therefore getting to a car and going to another place in the city, even though there's an integrated transport plan as well that is available for the city. So I'll be asking the individuals here, what is it that we can do, some of them as developers, certainly as city administrators, as town planners, to make sure, as Dave in the previous panel suggested, that in knowing that in 10 years' time this is where the city is going to grow to, that we start developing that metro or that integrated transport node that will be able to transport people from there. That's going to be the purpose of this conversation. And this time, I promise you, I'll set aside some time for you to ask your questions. So do ready yourselves. Please welcome my guest, Dion van Zyl, Chairperson of the Western Cape Property Development Forum, Rob McGaffin, who's the Executive Director for Spatial Planning and Environment with the City of Cape Town, Yakomen van der Merwe, Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences at Stellenbosch University, and Neil Slingers, the Director for Transport Planning and Network Management with the City of Cape Town. I just realized that I placed both city people on the same side, but it doesn't matter. Let's also apologize for the signal sort of distorting at times. As you know, the pack that's on my waist is connected to that signal, and if anyone moves in front of or in between the pack and that signal, it's going to disconnect. So if you need to move this side, please make sure you use the door to your side, go through the balcony and then go in again, so that we do not disturb the signal. That was a challenge in the previous hour. Dion, I'll start with you. How can private sector developers and professionals contribute in promoting and preserving an urban Cape Town that is actually livable, that is green, and that is people-centered?
Okay, so Liesel said to me, be positive. I'm going to start with being negative. The answer is we can't do anything. And let me explain, and then I'll come to the answer. So Dave Vermeulen made a very interesting comment. He said the first thing that a person does that is growing in the economic cycle is aspires to own a car. I, as a developer, can do nothing about it. Zero. Right, let me put it into context. The South African Automobile Trade Association data 2022, 435 billion rands worth of cars and automotive infrastructure, roads excluded, being produced. 2022. In 2022, the worldwide budget for marketing of cars was 85 billion rand. The system, the economy at the moment has not woken up to the fact that private car ownership or car usage is not the norm. So to ask a developer to change the world on behalf of local government, collective government, the 3 C's of government, is actually irresponsible. Right? Because we can't do anything about it. Right? It's a bit like saying to the gamekeeper, please teach your lions not to eat meat. Not going to happen. And in our industry, where risk is everything, to provide a product that cannot be taken by the market or will not be taken by the market is quite stupid. All right? So if you're going to ask the developer to please not produce something that generates private car ownership or supports private car, then let's have a conversation about the 435 billion rand industry in South Africa that is supported by all three spheres of government. And let's talk about the 85 billion rand marketing budget of the private car ownership internationally. Okay, so what can the private sector do? And this is the positive message, Liesel. We can help to teach government market. Right? And we're willing to do that. Right? We specialize in reading and projecting the market. That's all we do. We're change agents. We're change agents with the ability of raising capital. And we're willing to bring those skills to the table. But it's going to be a tough conversation. Right? You're going to hear statements like the following. Currently, in Pretoria, it would be cheaper for Tshwane to put every one of their Rea Vaya bus passengers on an Uber. Go and do the numbers. And we're not far off in Cape Town. Right? But we will have that conversation, and it will be uncomfortable because we need to eventually get to the point of saying, what is the strategy to change the messaging in Cape Town? And if we are not going to preempt that message by infrastructure delivery, then we, as change agents, are liars. And we don't specialize in being liars. I know your image of the average developer, so let's not go there. But the point is, it is project what is going to happen, predict, strategize, supply, close the deal. You cannot start with closing the deal before you've figured out the strategy. And I think this is the problem, this is where we're missing each other. Private sector developers would love to be part of the conversation and believe the messaging, i.e. see the roadmap. But if we are not part of the roadmap, if we don't believe the roadmap, we won't sell the roadmap. And I think this is, and just listening to the previous conversation, what I'm very excited about is we actually, the economists talk about the J-curve. You've got a short leg and a long leg. The short leg is sexy. We go up that short leg, and then we hit the ceiling. And then we've got to come back, and we've got to go through the dip before we start climbing the long leg. And as South Africa, we are finally coming back into the dip and saying, guys, the short leg didn't work. Right? Our naive interpretation of the Constitution that it will fix everything hasn't worked. We actually got to roll up our sleeves, get our hands dirty, and call spades shovels. Right? And now we can start having the conversation about how we're going to climb this long leg. The other message, and to Jordan credit, is he said it's not acknowledged. It's not a short-term win. Right? This is a 5 to 7 to 10-year fight that we've got to now enter into. So what are the short wins? We've got the MyCity bus infrastructure. Rob, you and your team must please take a compass and draw 500 meters around every one of those stations and treble the rights tomorrow. Right? It's doable. The bylaw allows it. Right? To Liesel and her team, let's market that strategy. Let's get the developers aware that bulk is coming for free. They'll pay their DCs eventually. Right? But let's start to celebrate the message. At the moment, we are looking at our public transport infrastructure in isolation. We're looking at it as a transport solution. We're not looking at it as an economic solution. We are not looking at it as an empowerment solution. So the city needs to get its silos together and talk about the greater economy and the greater social economy, and the private sector will be there like moths to flames. But if the conversation is only about the developer that has got to reduce his parking allocation in his building or her building because somebody thinks it's a good idea, but the market is aspirational and the market wants 1.5 cars. I don't know where you get to the 0.5, but yeah, that's what we've got to supply for at the moment. So it's a holistic conversation about changing the market, changing the messaging, and the developers will be there.
All right. Let me bring you in then, Rob. You are in charge of special planning and environment in the city. You've got developers saying, well, an Africa Milano wants 1.5 cars, needs a space to park it. You are keen on getting me to start using the MyCity and other modes of public transportation. How do you resolve that conundrum?
Look, it is a problem because I think Dion's right. The developers have to respond to the market demand. And if they can't sell or lease their property, nothing's actually going to happen. So even if you look at the zoning scheme parameters, those parameters are often a lot smaller or lower numbers than what the market actually demands. So, you know, you look at sort of 4 bays per 100 for office, etc., and the market's demanding 6. So it's gone the other way, where historically it was always the city that was imposing these sort of extreme parking restrictions in that space. But so I think it is and it comes back to that time frame. That's not going to happen overnight. So if we come up with a policy that says, right, you know, we're cutting parking to 0, and then go, it's not going to happen. You know, it's like putting a frog into hot water, boiling water, going to kill the frog. But if you slowly turn up the temperature, put it into cold water and slowly turn up the temperature, the frog lives. And it's that kind of process that I think we need to actually be following there. But we also have to demonstrate to the market that there is a viable option, a viable alternative in the space, and a believable one. You know, that it does work, it's efficient, it's safe, it arrives on time, etc., etc. Then you start to get the buy-in. So I think the demonstration is very important. So for me, the question that we're looking at is how do we get to that point that we can demonstrate? And I can speak more about that going forward, but that's where I think from a planning perspective, we can do a lot more because, and Darlene is my neighbor in the city. We literally share offices next to each other. So in terms of breaking down the silos, Dion, but we're doing well hey, in terms of that space there. Is how do we fund it? We want to roll out, you know, whether it's rolling out the MyCity or whether it's just, your road upgrades, etc., that need to take place, etc., etc. We know we're going into a major fiscal squeeze. So the question is we need the funding to be able to develop but deliver on the infrastructure to demonstrate to the private sector that this is a viable option.
Let's speak for a moment then to Dave's reflection, and I'm not sure which city this was from, probably India or China or at least one of the countries there, where they project that in 10 years' time they will be building and developing in that particular available piece of land, and they put on the infrastructure for public transport ahead of development, so that by the time the Dions of this world want to develop on that sort of property, they actually are available modes of and means of transportation. That means then perhaps somebody could be, well, why do I need to pay 5,000 Rand a month towards a vehicle when I could, I don't know, 900 Rand a month for a MyCity card, for example?
But that's exactly it. So you know, ideally, you would like to have that transport ahead of the curve. And it's that lining up between planning and spatial planning and transport. Because the current problem that we sit in, and I see it all the time, we will be approving applications in the city to increase the densities, which we desperately need to do. I mean, our last figures we saw now, average gross dwelling units per hectare in the city is just under 14 dwelling units per hectare, 1/4. We need to be closer to 40 before you start to get into some kind of viable kind of system. So our planning, what we've actually relaxed a lot of the parameters and actually very much in support of densification through our planning instruments. The problem is you'll get local communities who push back and just say, but I can't get out of my driveway because of the gridlock but the cars in the morning, etc., because the transport infrastructure is not there. So it's a chicken and an egg type of scenario. That on the one hand, we're trying to get the built form into a space that actually supports public transport, right? But in the process of building that built form, we also get a lot of resistance because we're out of sync in terms of the planning and the infrastructure in that space. Now, there's an enormous amount of work that's been done in the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure space, huge amounts of work. But in if I look at where the problem is, it comes with a big price tag. how do we pay for that? And that, I think, is but the conversation that we need to be having.
All right. Well, Jacobin, let's make the case for it then. We accept that City of Cape Town is going to be one of those desired destinations for prosperity. The mayor indicating that we often punch 25, 50 basis points above the average growth of income, growth of economy, at least anyway, on any reported basis, in some cases up to 75. We now see a lot of Joburgers leaving Joburg, coming to the coast, particularly Cape Town, which is shooting up the value of our property, by the way, but that's another conversation altogether. How do we manage this, where we continue to provide opportunity to South Africans who want to come and live in Cape Town while managing the conundrum that these two gentlemen have?
Yeah, I think it's really important to understand the drivers of a city and the importance of our cities. Urbanization happens because people want to locate within our cities because they can reap from the economies of agglomeration. And not only commuters or residents, but we forgetting to talk about the companies and the firms and the private sector as well. Because when people can access employment much cheaper, and when they can access housing much cheaper, it means that wages can be lower and productivity can be higher. That means the economic growth is higher. So 80% of the global GDP is produced within cities. But the problem is, with terms of congestion, it is decreasing that economies of agglomeration. And congestion is one of the biggest issues when it comes to almost hindering economic growth within our cities. What we see from, for example, TomTom data and also new data that we get from Treasury is that at the moment, when it's free flow speed conditions, people on average can reach 67% of total jobs in the city of Cape Town in free flow speed conditions. But under congested speed conditions in the AM peak, they can only reach about 31% of total jobs within 30 minutes travel time, which is a huge impact that congestion has on people reaching employment. So we need to understand that impact. What is also very interesting is to see not only does it hinder the impact of people getting to employment, but it also impacts the lower income individuals more. Where they are impacted, they can reach 44% less jobs in 30 minutes in the AM peak time, which is quite considerable. And that has a big impact on not only employment, but also the social and the health issues of our economy. What we see with the deterioration of our rail system, we saw that a lot of the individuals that used rail moved to minibus taxis, which is a road-based public transport mode, which means that those vehicles, there's much more minibus taxis on the road, which increases congestion. It doesn't only increase congestion, so it increases the travel time. So there's two commodities that we have, time and we have money. Now people that used to use rail pay double in real terms because they moved to minibus taxis. And from the 2013 to the 2020 National Household Travel Survey, which was done before COVID, we also saw that individuals use minibus taxi, they now travel one way 20 minutes more. So that leaves people less time with their families, and it comes to a stage where those impacts of congestion, impacts of higher transportation costs and less time with your family leads to not only unemployment, but also discouragement to even search for jobs and other social issues. So I think it's really important that we address this, but not in isolation. We can't only talk about rail and the transportation solutions. It needs to be combined with the spatial policies. It needs to be combined with densities, and it needs to be also combined and linked to the spatial sustainable development goals, which is reducing poverty, reducing inequality, so who is benefiting from it, and innovation and infrastructure and our industry. So we need to talk to industry because we've seen a lot of shift moving in terms of the location decisions of firms within the city, and I think congestion and travel time and access to labor is quite a large component to it, and we need to understand that more.
Yesterday we had one extreme example of a truck losing its load, falling on, one of the vehicles was an SAPS vehicle. How anybody walked out of that without any injury is beyond me. And that closed off the N2, incoming, like shut down. People had to be diverted onto Klipfontein Road and then onto Main Road in order to reconnect again. So the additional challenge of Cape Town is that you have so limited points of entry into the CBD where a lot of the business is still concentrated.
Yeah, we are defined by our geography as well, with the mountain and the ocean. But it comes to a point where is a city resilient? Because when something happens, we can't really respond to another mode of transport, another option. So it also comes with the resilience of our city, and the solutions that we provide should provide also, for example, making sure that when there's an accident, we can respond resiliently to these incidents.
Neil, part of your job in transport planning and network management is that, one, you give me options as a citizen of Cape Town. Do I get into my car? Do I get into a train? Do I get into a bus? Or do I get into a minibus taxi? Two, you meet the demands of a growing economy that needs to respond to the socioeconomic challenges being faced by citizens. And three, do so in a way that is going to be, I suppose, least disruptive. How are you managing your job?
As long as a piece of string, Africa. Look, I think I normally introduce myself as a little icebreaker, and I say that I cause. But a lot of that is a bit true in the way I actually deal with things, or the way we deal with things, because at the end of the day, you need to know your numbers. The private car usage in Cape Town is just under 60%.
Sorry, is it 16 or 60?
60% of private car usage. And if you just juxtapose that to the fact that 1.2% is the average passenger, or at least the occupancy of that vehicle. So it is not an equitable distribution in terms of space and prioritization that's currently out there. So when you look at the fact that we have just over 40% being public transport, we need to be intentional to redress and to reverse that situation as well. I like congestion, not for the reason why most people think I do. I like congestion because it forces us to prioritize people and more sustainable modes over that unsustainable mode of the private car. It then forces us to look at the finite resources that we have, whether it be intellectual capital or whether it be financial capital, to focus all of our energy to redress and to make sure that we give the minibus taxi an opportunity at a traffic signal over a 1.2 occupancy vehicle, giving Golden Arrow bus services a green light and letting everybody else stand still. Making sure that my city has a very quick and a very efficient origin in Mitchell's Plain. When it finds itself in Claremont, it's done in the most seamless and most efficient manner, and so that they can turn around and service our citizens as well. So that is actually what we need to do when we look at our resources, for that matter. When we consider the biggest benefactor of our public transport network being the national government's public transport network grant that we receive, it's fine and great that we are able to put ourselves in a position where we can actually start rolling out of these plans. In fact, I think our capital budget is by largely about 80% focused at implementing public transport initiatives. That's substantial. And of that, national government is the main benefactor. Now, what that means is that we are quite reliant on national government to make sure that that we receive that money and that we're able to spend it and to implement it in the manner in which the grant condition asks us to do so. But here's a fun fact, is that not all of the metros and all of the cities in the country are pulling up their socks to the extent to which we are. Now, it's quite easy for us to say and stand back and say, you know what, it's not our problem, it's theirs. What we don't realize is that if Durban, if Mangaung, if Tshwane, if eThekwini, Ekurhuleni, if they all fail it puts pressure on that grant. In fact, what's the purpose of that grant then? And there's a very real risk of that grant being taken away. And that puts us in an even more difficult position. So those are the things that I'm trying to understand, and also what our planners are trying to do by making sure that not only do we plan well for Cape Town, but we plan in an integrated and sustainable manner that supports not only our neighbors, but our peers throughout the country as well.
Oh, by the way, and we'll discuss this in the next panel discussion, I think we need to disabuse ourselves of including the minibus taxi industry as a public transport, because these are privately owned vehicles that we are paying money for them to transport us. So as in they're not subsidized, basically. That's what I'm going to. So therefore, Africa Melane wants to have the option of getting out of their apartment or whatever is their humble and home abode. And I want to be able to have all these options that will take me from point A to point B and hopefully do it within 30 minutes. Those stats are staggering. How people sit on the N2 from Somerset West driving into town every day for an hour and a half is beyond me. And I'm glad that the acting CEO of Metrorail said that that line from Stellenbosch is going to come in, because I can tell you this, my boss, who lives in Somerset West, wants to be able to drive to Stellenbosch, park safely next to a train station, get a train into town, and then my city to Greenpoint, where she's going to go and work. How feasible is that reality? Like how soon can we get there, if not for all Capetonians, for the majority of Capetonians from your planning?
Okay. So, Africa, I disagree with you when you suggest that minibus taxi isn't a form of public transport. It needs to be, and in fact it's legislated in a particular manner, that actually, even though it is privately owned, it is still forming a public function. And that's why they have there's a particular regime of legislation that ensures that certain conditions are met, and then under which the minibus taxi industry can operate. But I think that will be for a discussion this afternoon, which we'll unpack.
Not this afternoon, at 12:30.
At 12:30. Well, before lunchtime, anyway. But the point I wanted to make is, I think what you brought into the table now was the fact of integration. Integration is key. We at the City of Cape Town, we are the planning authority, as Hisham had mentioned previously as well. So we plan our comprehensive integrated transport plan, as well as our integrated public transport network plan, in a manner that looks at our entire functional area, not only our neighbors, but also the other spheres that perform public transport functions. The City of Cape Town is the planning authority that can put out these wonderful plans, but if it's not integrated in a manner that compels other spheres to do what they need to do, that integration is kind of lost. We control my city. My city is approximately 2% of the public transport mode. 2%, and yet the other elements of rail, Golden Arrow bus services, even the e-hailing industry is becoming a lot more prominent as well. Minibus taxis. That is quite substantial. So when a metro rail station is being built, and we want to build a MyCity station adjacent to it, collecting people and taking them to the station, the biggest frustration that we have is that we struggle to get the integration correct. Not for lack of trying, not for lack of bashing in our heads, but that is where the rubber hits the road.
What are the hurdles? Why can't
well,
you get
just
it right?
getting a lease agreement approved has taken us still the greater part of 18 months to 2 years to have that done. Literally, what we want to do is we want to build a massive public transport interchange at the Retreat Station. It's taken us 2 years to get that going, not for lack of trying. We've gone, fortunately, Hisham is here and we have good access to him as well. So we will be leveraging that relationship as well.
Because I imagine, Rob, that's what you want, right? I don't care who's running what. What I want is public transport. Whether it's run at city level, at province level, or national level should not be my concern. because I must step out of my house and get.
Absolutely.
Amapela, I don't know if you know the concept, we laugh, but they're actually offering an essential solution to a real problem. When I visit my family in Guguletu, I will step out of my yard, and there I will be able to hail a taxi, and for a reasonable amount, actually get to the other part of Guguletu that otherwise I would have had to walk.
Yeah.
Now, you know, don't get me wrong, half the cars should not be on the road, and all those wonderful challenges. But that's what we want in public transport. That penetrative, extensive network that makes it easy for me to forget my car and not start it for months. Why are we not leasing property easily?
Well, but first of all, I mean, I'm not responsible for leasing property in the city. I wish I was. But it's often getting properties from other organs of state to actually get the required property that you require. But it is, so it's interesting, and there are a lot of different elements that have to come together in this space to make it work. There's a bit of an alchemy that's actually required. And yes, but the transport planning, and it's the budgeting, et cetera, et cetera. But it is a lot of those day-to-day nuts and bolts type of things. Being able to lease property, et cetera, being able to get the correct development rights in that precinct where that interchange is taking place, et cetera. So it is a collective sort of action, which is the point I was also wanting to make, sort of, you know, when I opened, et cetera, and we're doing a lot of work and starting to do a lot more work in the space, is also understanding these transport interchanges from a precinct perspective. Much broader than just climbing off the bus and there you are, and then that's where it ends, et cetera, and whatever happens on the other side of the line, you know. It's a much broader conversation that needs to be had there, because one, from just a viability point of view, in terms of ridership, et cetera, that's needed, but also from an economics point of view, to start to generate the land values and the property value in those spaces that can help to actually then fund that infrastructure in the first place as well. But I think the operational side of the point, I think you make a very, very important point, because it's the flexibility around that, I think, is what's so important. Talking about accessibility, and you were talking about being able to get to jobs, etc. It's about being able to get to different parts of the city, but to get to different parts of the city in a 24/7 aspect as well. We know, for instance, that the call center industry, business processing, etc., one of the incredibly important sectors in the city, employs a lot of people, and then also employs, there's quite a nice sector, and employs entry-level, middle, upper management, etc. The BPO sector is actually servicing in South Africa many parts of the world outside of our time zones, which means you're suddenly getting a whole lot of call center operators clocking off work at 2 a.m. in the morning. You need a transport system that can actually deal with the fact that you've got people clocking off at work at 2, you know. So this notion of a more 24/7 type of city as well, I think we need to start thinking a little bit more proactively in that space.
Can we get the Woolworths to open on a Sunday on Adderley Street? And then you, Dion, and the property developers have to deal with, and I appreciate it's frustrating for both of you, right? Because bureaucracy, as much as it's meant to make our lives easier, actually can make our life rather cumbersome. If there's going to be a delay of up to 2 years before the city is able to get a lease agreement with whoever owns the property to build onto the interchange, for you guys it becomes frustrating.
I want to reference one of the township developers who said to me, I've got a 6-week to 8-week opportunity to invest my money, because otherwise I've got to give my auntie her pension money back, and I've got to pay the credit card, etc., etc. So if the environment in which I'm going to invest cannot respond, I've got one or two choices. I act in spite of the situation, right, in spite of the city or the province or whatever, or I take my money elsewhere. Now it's exactly the same for the formal sector. The window of opportunity for the private sector to believe the message and to respond is not open-ended, right? But I want to get to Neil's point. If it takes you 18 months to get a lease in place, right, I immediately hear two questions in my head. The first is, why are you dealing with a landlord that cannot respond in a quicker time, i.e. why must you only lease from PRASA? No disrespect to PRASA. Why not lease from the neighbor? Who says that you are forced to deal with a unwilling respondent on the other side of the table? So we've got to change our mindset as well. The fact that intergovernment transactions take so long should say to you, for goodness sake, don't contract with government. Find a willing private sector role player who can supply.
Except government holds so much of the property in Cape Town.
No, I disagree. Government does not have a monopoly on land, right? We need to change. If the responding party is not able to respond, change tact. But we're so enamored and so passionate about our master plans that we think that it's cast in concrete. It's not. So here are my heroes. You'll have this. The taxi industry. Any taxi reps in the room? You guys are our heroes, right? Because we plan something, the taxi industry responds within 24 hours.
Correct.
That's your turnaround. New industrial park, don't worry, the taxi guys. Where we have a problem, and we are guilty, is that we're not communicating with the taxi industry at planning stage. We are going to the city or to province or whatever municipality, and we're trying to talk to traffic planners about planning a taxi route. We should be talking to you directly. So we are guilty in that sense as our sector. But trust me, these guys are going to sort out the problem, right? And if our urban designers and our architects do not design properly, don't worry, they'll sort it out in any case, right? Because they understand the end user. They understand the market. And I'm jealous because I proud our sector about understanding our end users. You guys are much better, right? So we've got to come and learn, and we've got to actually start to play people on their strengths, which then raises the question, well, why can't a public interchange not be a private-public partnership? Right? Why can't we say to the private sector, pitch, RFI, RFP, to do an integrated center and tell us what the numbers are? And if government needs to chip in on a supply availability fee, well, that's so be it. But your deadline's 12 months, sir. So we've got to start to play each other's strengths a little bit better to understand when are certain problems only problems that can be solved by government, or are there opportunities for different solutions? And if our colleagues in procurement and if the lawyers and the auditors slap us over the finger, well, we've got to recalibrate their mandate as well. Because the problem at the moment is government's mandate is not service delivery. Government's mandate, self-imposed, is compliance, right? And if the legislation creates that, there's a problem. So, I don't think the Constitution says, thou shalt comply before thy supply. I think the inverse is true.
Except, not to rain in on your parade, we have how many pages of the State Capture Commission, for example, where, for inappropriate reasons, people disregarded the compliance requirements
on the watch of the
for
same
government
lawyers
spend.
and auditors, sir.
Granted, I'll get you that. But one has to give credit to bureaucracy because it's meant and designed to actually put in place a system and an infrastructure that delivers service to the people within the confines of whatever the parameters
But
are.
we're not providing the service. That's why this conversation's happening. We're frustrated, and we need to figure out why we're frustrated. And I think we're frustrated because we're talking past each other. We're allowing a different set of rules to dictate what engineers need to do when engineers need to be allowed to be engineers and planners allowed to be planners.
All right. And Yakumin, I'll bring you in now. All of this is happening, and you've got a mayor, a premier, and a president who have to grow the economy. How? How are they going to achieve those goals? Because, look, any decent academic will tell you we need to see growth rates of about 5% again, right? In order for us to even deal with some of the socioeconomic challenges we're facing in this country. The last time we had growth rates that high was possibly late 90s, early noughties, and then we spent all that money that we had, amongst other things, state capture and all of that. We need to get back to those growth levels. And it sounds here that a lot of the restrictions, partly by bureaucracy, partly by compliance, will not get us there.
Yeah, I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I was at an economics conference and Treasury was there, and I think it is really important that, firstly, National Treasury understand the complexities and the importance of our cities, and that the investment is needed from government side, from a fiscal perspective, that should be resolved to transportation, housing and development. And then from a local point of view, we need to strategically allocate the resources in a multidisciplinary way. So we can't look in isolation, and we need to, and I think that is very, very important, we need to start implementing. We are talking a lot, but the implementation and the lack of implementation, actually linked to what Mayor Gordon Lewis said, was by not doing something, there's also a lot of impact that it has on society. And we see it in our unemployment rates, we see it in our discouragement rates, we see it in terms of our social implications. So I think there needs to be talk from national point of view, and then also the coordination within local and provincial governments.
Yeah, because if they don't come up with a solution, we'll just have to find the solutions ourselves. Yeah. And then you get Dion very happy because there's no compliance with the I'm going to get Rob to pick up on one or two things. If I can ask people to start indicating if you have a question or a comment, please. Remembering that I can't see beyond these walls, so you might have to move, like stand up and move, and then we'll bring the microphone to you. Rob?
Maybe to pick up on your question.
There you go.
Just to pick up on your question, if we need to stimulate economic growth, and I agree with you, it's one of the fundamentals. I think there's three things that we need to do, particularly with respect to transport. We need to unlock land when we look to deliver transport infrastructure. Look at the land opportunities that occur, the land unlocking opportunities that occur when we roll out. We're spending billions on infrastructure rollout, and we really need to start looking at it in a different way in that sense, because it releases a lot of potential as a result. The second thing we need to do is let Dion do what he does best. Let the property market grow, because on the back of that comes construction, etc., etc. That goes with that. But what Dion needs is he needs his projects to be viable before they can press the green light, before we can go to the bank to get funding for it, right? And so where we hinder that process at the moment, and I'll give you some rough numbers. Dion needs to be able to let out his space or sell that space at the end of the day, right? But you've got to have an affordability. He's got to sell it or let it out at a rate that people can afford. Now, in Cape Town, and these are gross generalization numbers, you probably look at but if you look at income levels in Cape Town, people can probably afford between 10 and 15,000 Rand a square meter. Talking, let's say, residential. If you look at average income levels and things like that.
Did you say a square meter?
A square meter to buy it, to purchase it, etc. Right? You go above that, and you start to drop off. But Dion's client base drops off significantly when you get into those prices above that, right? But to put up but 8 to 10 story block of flats, middle quality type look, you're looking at 40,000 Rand a square meter. There's a complete disjunction in those two places. Now, part of the driver of that 30 or 40,000 Rand a square meter is caused by us, right? It's our bureaucratic and long delays in terms of being able to get approvals, etc., etc. You know, we're taking between 5 and 9 years to get buildings out of the ground. Not all to do with us, but a big percentage of that time factor is us. And we need to look internally to figure out how do we shorten that. So the responsibility lies on me, particularly in this space, to improve that process, etc., and to reduce those time frames, because those holding costs are huge. And then the third part, what Dion said, and I think he's very right, is we've got to understand our market. And I'm not sure from a planning point of view, spatial planning point of view, or from a transport planning point of view, we do that particularly well. Because really there are five broad users of space. It's residential, office, retail, industrial, hospitality. And there's others around, but those are your big ones. And then you say to yourself, okay, so we design these transport routes, we design these places, and you say, would office users want to use the space? Does this make sense to them? Retail, we know, is changing dramatically in the space. E-commerce, et cetera, what's going on there. Industrial is becoming big box, logistics, it's the warehousing to do, the take-a-lots of this world, et cetera, et cetera. So, and there's a disjuncture between the spaces that we're designing and the transport networks we're designing. We think everybody's got to live in these corridors and nodes, et cetera, and I think it's a bit antiquated. So I think we've got to go back and actually understand the users of space much better and understand the market, because then it'll make Dion's projects more viable. We push up the rate spaces, et cetera, and we start to generate a revenue base to fund this infrastructure.
I haven't seen an indication of hands yet, so I'm just gonna, oh, there's one. There's somebody at the back. Do you mind just moving within? Oh, there you go. Can we have a microphone to that gentleman, please? Remember your name, where you're from, short question, and who you are directing it to, so that we can go through as many questions as possible.
Thank you so much. My name is Roland Posma, young urbanist. We're a civil society. I know Director Neil and ED Robert quite well, so my question is actually to Dion. Going back to the talk, which is people first. No one has spoken about first mile and last mile access. I think that's very important. Dion, I love that you made a reference to the taxi, but if you look at most developments in the province, it's inherently impossible to be a pedestrian or an informal public transportation user. So what do you need from Robert and Director Neil Slingers and the broader Urban Mobility Directorate in terms of certainty around urban design, inclusionary housing zoning, public housing, social housing, as well as walkability? Because we're all pedestrians. If you drive, or if you take a taxi, or we're all pedestrians. But if we go into our spaces, it's inherently anti-pedestrian, and we know that there's no activation, there's no stickiness, and we know the best cities in the world, we need intensity, walkability, and we don't have that. So that there's disjuncture. So what do you need in terms of certainty from, this urban design review is currently a review, but is it part of the bylaws? What certainty do you need so that any development going forward ticks all these right boxes in terms of our policies and aspirations? So I just want you to tell them what you need, because there's a lot of assumptions. I don't want to debate about the
let me pause you, because I think the distilled essence of the question, what do you need from them in order to make sure that that first mile and last mile are also considered in your designs?
Look, you're asking a lot of questions in one, and in a perfect world, there would be a shared vision. And every silo in government and the private sector would be aligned to the vision. We have never drawn three-dimensionally Cape Town 2050. Right? We've drawn spatial development frameworks, which are nice two-dimensional diagrams and plethora of reports. We have never made a commitment to what Cape Town will look like in 2050. Now there's a reason for that, and part of the reason is that we have never had let me go out on a limb here, the quality of political leadership that Cape Town currently has. The practical, having a mayor who can read a feasibility, right, and remember the numbers, right, and have practical implementation strategy is pretty unique. Right, so I'm not here to campaign for Jordan, but we've got to appreciate that we've got a window of opportunity with a quality of mayor, and there's some good people around him. But I want to emphasize the fact that we have a young mayor. Firstly, he's not going to just be here for 5 years. He's hopefully going to be here for 10, right? Who can read a feasibility, a budget, etc., and can do And I don't think you guys in the city appreciate what has actually happened in 18 months. Your capital budget, to take it from an underspend of typically 30 to 40% year on year, which was categorically politically denied, I've got to put on record, right? To a situation where, and Lungela's not in the room anymore, go and read the ED's KPIs. There are actually tangible deliverables for the first time in the ED's KPIs and the city manager's KPIs. In a perfect world, we would have had the vision already. In a perfect world, the private sector would have already bought into that vision. In a perfect world, we would have an urban design department in the city that is focused on the public space and not in running interference on the private sector side. We would have had a social contract on inclusionary housing. All of these things would have been in place. The reality is they're not. And we've got to chip away at the block. We would have had a relationship with the taxi industry already. La Paz in Bolivia, the public transport strategy is built on the taxi industry, right? They're already a partner. Now, we are not there, but we've got to get there very quickly. And we're not going to get there by shouting across the room at each other. We're going to get there by co-designing, by co-experimenting. If we were serious about the delivery, and if the theory of reducing private car ownership was real, the City of Cape Town would have already closed its 4 floors of parking downstairs and said to all of the 33,359 staff members, you're coming to work with public transport. If we were serious. Okay.
Except
Now,
don't
we
have-
will become
don't-
serious.
We don't have public transport that is
No. What I'm saying is we would have incrementally said
predictable
it's
and
not
all of that.
negotiable, let's work.
Okay.
Right, so Neil, your team, unfortunately, not allowed to bring your cars. Rob can still do because he's not in transport. But you're where I'm going, and I don't want to sound facetious. It's not meant to be facetious. It's actually about being serious, right? And we've got to get an urgency because this window of opportunity is not going to be with us forever. The city will grow to 10 million people with or without government, right? Brazil is already 83% urbanized. We're sitting at 62%. Do the math. We're going to have 20% growth in the next 10 years.
Dion, I'm going to push on the question. What assurances do you need
We
from
want
the city?
certainty. Let's agree on
Of
the
what?
vision. Let's agree on the vision, which includes the factors. Last mile, well, very simply, let's agree on how we actually deal with the questions that haven't been answered. If I've got a registered urban designer, my team, I don't want the City of Cape Town's urban design team even looking at my application. If I've got a registered transport engineer with professional indemnity insurance in place, let's just take it off the shelf. We don't need to procrastinate for 18 months. Let's empower our professionals. Let's get our professionals to actually hold each other accountable, and the rest can happen.
All right. One last question. Happiness? Okay, let me then give you each 30 seconds to reflect. We won't hold you to it because we appreciate that it's above your pay grades. Other people need to make these decisions. But Neil, let's start with you. Are you going to get your staff to park their cars at home and use public transport?
At the end of the day, I think I do believe that that we should actually live by example, and I like the 2050 vision. We are exactly doing that as we speak, and while in the past it would have been easier to look at the past to predict the future, we are trying to work towards a future that we would like to have and put strategies in place to achieve and to reach that. So it's a different mindset in terms of trying to predict the future as well. The one thing that I know that we are good at is that we're good at planning, but I'd like to reach a stage where we start implementing a bit more.
All right.
Intentionally doing so.
Rob?
I think what it was Liesel's instruction, what we got to be positive, etc., what Dion's saying, but I think there is a lot to be positive for. I mean, the fact that we're just having these conversations, I mean, in all my time as a planner, I don't think I've ever seen this level at an urban mobility or transport function, having this broad and wide scope of conversation where you had a panel of economists sitting on there as opposed to transport engineers and transport people sitting on there. So there's the recognition of the interlinkages between the two, I think we're in the best space we've been in for a very long time. So I think there's a lot of common meeting of the minds at the moment, and I think that really bodes well going forward from here.
All right. Ekumen?
I think what I would like to reflect on is I think sometimes we feel that South African cities are unique in the world, that we are so car dominated and that we don't have a vision. But I think there's so much literature and examples and case studies that all around the world, and not only first world countries and first developing cities, developed cities, but there's examples where change has happened, where it moved from a car dominated cities to more reliant on public transport and the right technology of public transport that has been implemented. So I think there's definitely hope, and I think there's a lot of examples that show increases in land prices, that showed increases in health and well-being, better livability. So I don't think we need to work from scratch. There's a lot of examples that we can leapfrog from, and that we should we as transportation planners and economists need to know these examples, and we need to start implementing. We need to create the vision, and then we need to implement, but also very importantly after that is monitoring and evaluation. We need to collect the data. We need to continuously monitor and evaluate the implications of our decisions that we've made right now.
For sure. Dion?
Vision is not master planning. Right? Master planning is old school blueprint, deciding and sticking to that same plan forever. Vision here is an economic, people-focused vision. And I think in our world, we serve people doing things. And if what we do does not allow people to do more and be better at what they're doing, then we've failed. And I'm talking about the development sector now. So I think the challenge at the end of the day is to be less precious about, our academic institutions. What you're standing for is incredibly important, but we've got to stop thinking that there is this, and I agree with Neil, that there's this master solution. We've got to have a vision, and then we've got to be willing to experiment. And I am concerned that our legislative context is not designed for experimentation. And I think there's a little bit of a problem.
All right. Round of applause, please, for my panel. And that stimulating conversation on, I suppose, the future Cape Town. I'm going to ask you to, quick sticks, make your way to the sound booth so that my next panel can get mic'd up, and then they must come here. Can I ask that you deal with it in the corner there, please? Thank you very much. They are getting gifts. But because I need to move on to the next panel as quickly as possible, I need to do that. Yeah. All right. If you need a 2-minute comfort break and rush to the loo or something, this would be the time to do it. But if you can stay seated, it's going to make life a lot easier for us when the next panel is ready for conversation. We've made reference a lot to the minibus taxi industry, and we need to pay a little bit of attention to how we can imagine a future model for the minibus taxi industry. All right, if I can ask, guys, that we be as efficient as possible, please, in getting the next panel ready for the panel discussion, because it's going to obviously demand a lot of our time. All right, we'll resume in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes. I can do that, thank you.
We're good? Okay. Let's just use a man. There we go. 1, 2, yeah.
All right, if I can get everyone settled down, please. Oi! So sorry, I don't mean to be aggressive, but we've got quite a busy program that we need to actually maintain and get through. So if I can have everybody settle down, please. I'm going to start calling people out by names now.
If you don't stand there, will they still hear you, or are you out of range?
I'm going to have to ask for somebody else to start moving them in. Otherwise, we're already running a half an hour behind time. Thank you. Thank you. All right. While we get the last two speakers mic'd up and getting ready, let me remind you to please, where possible, make use of your social media platforms and tweet as much as possible. I think we're getting a lot of rich conversations coming out of here, and it makes sense for that to be amplified on your platforms as well. Do use the hashtag UrbanMobilityCT. That is the main hashtag that we're using. There are a couple more that you can use, but UrbanMobilityCT is the hashtag we're using. If you were not here earlier when I shared the Wi-Fi details, look for COCT, that's a username, and then the password is transport, transport with all small letters, transport. That's the one. 2, In about an hour, we'll be breaking for lunch. You will find that in the room where lunch will be served, there are exhibitors. Those exhibitors are wonderful, wonderful innovators within various departments at the unit in the city of Cape Town. Please engage with them and find out what solutions they are presenting to this current challenge. So I invite you, in between having your bite and your beverage during lunch, to please make sure that you engage with the exhibitors, because they've got some wonderful product solutions that they are making available. We'll be joined on stage by Deirdre Ribbenau, who's the Chief Director for Transport Operations in the Western Cape Department of Mobility. We've got Gershwin Fortune, who's the Chair of the UITP Paratransit Working Group, who will be answering why we should fund formalization of the taxi industry. Lee van der Berg is the Manager of Transport Regulation Management at the City of Cape Town. And joining me on stage now is Mandla Hermanus. He's the Provincial Leader for Santaco in the Western Cape. And joining us virtually is Hanifa Gabe, who's the Public Transport Component Lead at City's Support Program, Intergovernmental Relations at National Treasury. And I'm sure Hanifa is going to be connecting with us soonest if we can. Mandla, I'll start with you, because I think everybody's keen to hear from you. The mayor made assertions earlier that the working model around the minibus taxi industry is not optimal. It doesn't really work for the drivers, it doesn't really work for the owners, and ultimately it doesn't really work for the customer. Would you agree with the mayor's assertions? And if so, what needs to be in place to improve the model, do you think?
I think there's a challenge with the model that we use, but it's what we have inherited, because we operate as 15,000 individual businesses. This leads us to a situation where even my own drivers are competing amongst themselves, and I compete with my fellow operators in the same route. We do not benefit from concepts such as fleet mobilization and fleet optimization, because we operate as individuals. So that is always a challenge. But I think it's more so for the operators than the drivers. Because it's a cash-based system, the drivers determine the takings. And also it might not work for the public, because it's a cash-based system and drivers are chasing targets. In that process, lives are compromised. The driving behavior is informed by the need to make as much money as possible. So that remains a challenge for us. What steps can we take to ensure that that model is reversed? It's not going to be easy to tell 15,000 operators to operate as one unit. When I've got 10, the person next to me has got 20 taxis, the other one has got 5, the other one has got 1. That will always remain a challenge. But where we believe we can start is with the fare collection. If we can start there, we remove the cash from the hands of the drivers, then that will take us a long way, because also then that talks to integration, so that you don't have to carry cash as well as a clip card or whatever, so that what you use to get onto a Golden Arrow bus and onto a train is the same as what you use to get onto a taxi. And then also that then takes away the incentive for the drivers to make as many loads as possible, because the cash incentive is not there. So I think for the taxi industry, that should be the start as we change the business model.
Can I ask this as a follow-up question? Why not use trackers? so that you as an owner have a sense of how many trips that driver has used. I know you won't be able to determine how many people got on and got off of that taxi, but you'll have a better sense of how much then you should be expecting at the end of the day.
That is one option, but again, as you rightly point out, if you take the morning peak, people are rushing to town, that taxi goes back almost empty to get the next load to town, because that's where people work. So as much as you would be able to say you have made 12 trips, but the driver can still say 4 of those trips were actually dead kilometers because there was no money involved. So tracking would work up to a point, and also this then takes us to formalization. We currently do not expect that each individual taxi operator would be in a position to even monitor and track their vehicles. We know how the taxi industry came about, and we know who are these taxi operators. Some of them have only been up to grade 2. People were working at the mines, they got their pensions, and then they bought taxis, and then they joined a taxi association. So the level of education, the level and the ability to adapt to technology, it does not cut across the whole 15,000 minibus taxi operators. So this is where formalization comes in, where we find a bridge to say the tracking devices that are currently sitting in our vehicles, they belong to different tracking companies. How do we bridge that so that we've got access at a central point, be it at a regional taxi council and the provincial taxi council where we sit, to be able to have people dedicated to monitoring these things on behalf of the individual operators? Then it starts to make sense.
All right. Let me bring in the city. Lee, from the city's point of view, and I appreciate there are limitations as far as your purview is concerned, how do we, or perhaps speak to the efforts that the city is making in helping the industry and the sector be formalized?
Okay, thank you, Africa. What the city's been doing, we started with a big project about just in 2019, covered through a bit of a spanner in the works for us, is that we are in a very much of a reactive space in terms of regulating, not proactive. So like the property developers say is they build a development and the taxi industry responds, and then we come as government and then we regulate, and it becomes a whole mess because then people are where they're not supposed to be and it's very difficult to regulate. So we've started to move from one end to the other, and what we've also been doing of late is to get very actively involved with the people who develop. So we sit with the developers, we ask this, that, and the other. We say buses must come in depending on the size of the developments. So we have done that. And then through this process, there's also another way we've looked at, first and foremost, to legalize as many as the industry as we could in the first round, which we've done just under 3,000 operating licenses. We then have a little bit of an anomaly in the middle, which is the one where we ask the industry to indicate to us routes, because we want to ring fence it, square it off, so we know where people want to go. And in that little space, to link on to what the mayor and others said in terms of the growth of the city, I think government has been very slow to respond with infrastructure. We accept the city is growing with hundreds of thousands of people per year, but we do not follow with the infrastructure to do that. That leaves the minibus taxi industry outside, not having a space to rank and yet being impounded for doing that. They bring the passenger from A to B, which was compounded by the failure of rail completely. So what we've done through the latest initiative or the latest engagement with the industry when the minibus taxi task team is that we are now proposing what we refer to as an alternative model, where we are, I wouldn't say stretch the law, but we look at the law a bit differently in terms of how we regulate the minibus taxi industry, not strictly point A to point B, where we are looking at a loop route, where we will be tracking the vehicles, where we will create stops that can take any size of vehicle, because in previous discussions it was the industry must be recapitalized. Now, we can't recapitalize the vehicle if the city's infrastructure's geometry can't take a 23-seater or a 35-seater. Now, if we create what we refer to as strategic stop and goes, any vehicle can then pull into that stop. 16-seater, 23-seater, 35-seater, even a GABS bus. I don't know whether my city's 18-meter Arctics will fit in there, but we will then have a system where we can do. This solution is very tech-driven, but infrastructure-like, because we realize as government that the infrastructure is not going to follow as fast as we would like. I mean, one of our major interchanges, we're only going to start construction in 2025 and then finish by 2029, and then 7 years have lapsed. And what do we do in the interim? So we're looking at this new system that is going to help the industry to operate more optimally. And then there's another anomaly which we also mentioned to the industry during the time, is they have a lot of unidirectional routes. So Lee would go to Kairicha with a full vehicle, but because that's a different area, different association, he can only take people there, but he must come back empty, and vice versa. And those are a lot of dead kilometers. It amounts to a huge number of operating licenses, because now you are giving double the number of operating licenses, which should actually be half, because if the people could operate unidirectionally, or what we call reciprocal. So you will go to the one area and you will come back. And then obviously the last thing from government side is to start the formalization. I think my colleague from province is going to elaborate. I don't want to steal her thunder on that one. To take the industry to a stage where in the next 3 to 10 years, they would be in a space where they can be a business entity. And maybe they can concession with PRASA to run some of the trains. At least there they can't run the robots, and they can't go off the tracks. They have to go in one direction. So that is where we are heading. So there is a 10-year plan now that we have tabled with industry, and they were very happy, and our leadership was very happy. So we are now very progressively going to pursue that.
All right, well, let's bring in province then. Deirdre, that is you. How are you helping with the formalization of the industry?
Just on a side note, I thought the summit guards were on my side and I didn't have to speak after Mandla. But you messed with the program.
There is logic. So I thought, let me start obviously with the sector, go to the city, and then come to province. We will eventually end up national with Treasury, but we're getting there.
Okay, it's very briefly, I mean, we've developed a relationship with industry over the last 2 decades. But Lee and myself, strangely enough, started a project in 2005, I think it was. We had to develop a special needs passenger policy for the Western Cape government. And the phrase coined was nothing about us without us. And through that process, we went and engaged the disability sector. And I thought the taxi industry is a difficult sector, but the disability sector and the protocol around it, and it humbled us, Lee, you know, engaging that sector, but also we were taught to listen. We were taught to listen to what the actual need is. And as a result of being the chief negotiator for one of the IPTNs in the country, where you had to negotiate this 12-year contract, I, again, had to do more listening than talking. And it was with the industry where you had to convince to give over the one thing that they hold quite dear, and that's an operating license and the right to transport people as well as their vehicle. And that's how they characterize their business. And again, these IPTNs come from a strategy in 2007. We're 2 decades down the line, and only now are we starting to consider, we may need an alternative way of doing this, or transforming industry, or reforming industry. But again, I want to emphasize, nothing about us without us. So what we did during COVID, as a response to COVID, is our nurses, there was a restriction placed, well, the curfew, but nobody considered that our healthcare workers, you know, worked till 7 o'clock in the evening, and the curfew was at 6. And within a month, we phoned up Mandla and we got a contract together. We formalized industry from a Sintaka provincial level, created a business, did training in the space of a week, developed an app, trained drivers, and we were taking thousands of nurses home at night. That then led to us taking patients to quarantine and isolation facilities. Ultimately, the industry became a bit of an ambulance service as well, because they were assisting with discharging patients. And I mean, during that 18 months, I mean, the industry moved thousands. But what's quite interesting in terms of that reform was the industry was identified by a red dot, not by a cadet sticker or Carta sticker. And that issue Lee spoke about, the unidirectional trip. You know, at that point, industry became quite efficient because they were one, they were seen as one, they were one business, there weren't 15,000 operators, but one company. And there was trackers in, and you know, owners could see what was happening. And once COVID, we were able to manage, we then said, you know, you cannot let a good crisis go to waste. And we then established what's called Blue Dot. And I'm sure if you live in Cape Town, you would have seen some of the Blue Dot stickers. And again, we then spoke to Santaco that had established, with our assistance, Umanyano Travel Services. We then went down a level and we established 8 regional companies, representative of the 8 regional taxi regions, formalized, went into partnership with them. And this project was not for the detractors. We didn't pay fish to swim. There was a whole host of compliance, number one, that industry had to get through. And I don't know if there's any private sector people in the room, but if you've ever had to register on the supplier database, it is a mission. There's about 20 steps you have to go through. And if a dot is placed at the wrong point, you just can't register to do business with the state. So these operators that now want to participate in this contact with government, which was really just an incentive model to change behavior, introduce some efficiencies, formalize industry, train industry, and it went on for just shy of 2 years. And the participants and the outcome, I mean, the results was quite amazing. 50% reduction in speeding events, just shy of 50% in harsh driving events. During the off-peak, something we were quite proud of is that industry, there was an increase of about 20% in terms of the kilometers driven off-peak. So off-peak is when people generally also need to move around. And we incentivized and assisted and partnered with industry to achieve that. So it's something that we're very proud of, and we are now going to partner with the city in terms of this alternative model as well.
Is the Blue Dot system still in place? I remember
I
a
wish it
furore
was.
in the headlines with the industry quite frustrated, actually, that by all accounts, a successful program had been discontinued.
Yeah. Why?
Yes,
Is that your question?
yes.
Well, the same question or response government always gives funding.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do I need to talk to National about that?
Well, you know, I do feel that, you know, all spheres of government should play a role in this. It shouldn't just, be pointed to our national sphere of government. It showed such tremendous positive outcomes. And I think we're going to build on that now. You know, we're going to use the elements of Blue Dot in this alternative model where this, and I think it's going to be an amazing partnership with the city and province.
Because, Manda, it worked for the sector, right? The Blue Dot system.
It worked, and it was very hard for us and almost bizarre to understand why it would just be totally cancelled. And we were saying, how can you put so much investment, millions, tracking devices, branding, and then at the end of it, you destroy your own public investment as government? Because we had always felt that there were critical elements in that program. Most and foremost there is safety, the safety aspect. I think that one overrides any other consideration, because a Blue Dot taxi ensured that that lady who must be at work at 6 o'clock in Camps Bay must catch a taxi in sightseeing. Is guaranteed that when that person gets onto a Blue Dot taxi, that taxi is legit. With a unique code, you are able to tell who the driver is, you are able to tell who the taxi belongs to, you are able to tell which routes that taxi is supposed to travel. And not only that, you are also able to track at any given point, this taxi moved from this point, it stopped here, and then it went on. So the element of safety was critical, and we always felt that even if there was no funding in terms of what data was referring to, teaching a fish or paying a fish for swimming, because that's what it got interpreted, that the industry is getting money for doing what it should be doing anyway. We were saying, okay, you can forget the incentive part, but at least maintain the program so that the elements that are working for the commuters, then you keep those alive, and not only for the 800 taxis that were participating, but broaden it so that all taxis in the province can be identified so that you can tell a legitimate taxi from an illegal taxi.
Well, the good news is that Rob is nodding ever so encouragingly, so the city is listening. They're not necessarily going to make money available tomorrow, but at least they're listening to the idea. Gershon, let me bring you in. I mean, we touched on it. Funding is a major issue. Who should be funding the formalization of the sector?
So if we look at the funding aspect, we must also understand there is I'm going to get to the answer and say government, but I'm going to take a journey to get there. Is that if you look at the fiscal architecture at the moment in terms of how transport is funded from national downwards, it's very siloed. So you will have a rail sector that is funded through national, through PRASA, and there's a rail money that gets piped through to PRASA. There's money that gets piped through to normal contract bus services, PATCO and Golden Arrow. Got a huge pipe that gets piped through to BRT. And then you expect the city to implement an integrated public transport where that funding architecture has been siloed.
Yeah.
And I think the important thing about the funding, and that's why I'm starting here, is to review that architecture at the top in terms of that one pot of money. And then when the city, who then prepares an integrated transport plan where the city then establishes the role for rail, for minibus taxi, for BRT, then taps into that pot of money. So in terms of this public service, nowhere in the world, bar a few cities, is public transport self-sustainable, and it requires subsidy. Well-known cities in France, the revenue only covers 30% of the total costs. The rest is through business taxes and through other forms of funding. And it makes it worse in our city and cities in Africa because of our poor spatial form that we heard the results that Jacobin was speaking about, that because of our poor spatial form, the cost of transport is expensive. And the revenue is limited, and hence you'll have a deficit, and that then triggers the funding. So government has to play a strong role, but we need to review that fiscal architecture in terms of all modes. I haven't even spoken about the money that goes into the road system. So it needs a total fiscal review and architecture of the funding at national level.
So to focus it perhaps on the minibus taxi industry and sector, what then, given the model that you wish for and you require us to review, what would be that optimal sort of proactive and everybody benefits kind of model, do you think?
So as I said, the first critical thing is not just to fund a specific mode and put the money in a specific mode, but to fund a function that the minibus taxi supports in terms of the public transport service. So if the city comes, and let's use an example, if the city is running a specific corridor, and the city has identified the minibus taxi industry as a critical area to feed or distribute or even travel along the corridor a little bit, that gets designed. That whole system gets costed, and that must come out of the pot as well. So my point is that whatever the city's network is, that needs to be defined in terms of what's the role of the industry, and through that gets funded. However, one thing that needs to be done as a critical aspect is what Deirdre and Lee was touching on, and Mandla was talking about it, and it's great that Santako is acknowledging and pushing this, is the movement to business entities, because there's so much advantages around movement in terms of business entities and their power of collectivization when they go and buy, and the economies of scale, and their ability also to operate as a system. So when Mandla speaks about individual operators that compete one another, when they operate as a system, it adds so much efficiencies that the amount of vehicles they require will be reduced, because now they can operate as a regular service rather than a competitive service. So that reduces the cost. In addition to that, if you superimpose technology, vehicle technology onto that, it provides other opportunities of reduced operational cost if you go, for example, through electric vehicles.
For sure. Let me bring in Hanifa then, who is with National Treasury. She's joining us virtually. Hanifa, you've been listening to this conversation. Gershwin suggesting perhaps a review of generally very silo, sort of focused model of financing. What do you think of the idea? I mean, I know it's sort of above your pay grade, perhaps, and I'm not sure whether it's the Department of Transport that needs to make this decision or your office, but your reflections on the ideology presented by Gershwin there.
She says she supports it.
Did she? Are you telepathically? All right, let's try one more time. And if I could, good afternoon. I'm not sure if you're able to hear the question there. Okay, still not. Let's move on. Lee, how much of your budget is geared towards supporting the minibus taxi industry?
From what perspective?
Whichever perspective you choose.
My own personal budget, because I work in the regulatory and operational space, we've got very limited. But from the infrastructure perspective, there's a significant amount. But I think what my director said earlier, Neil, is
Sorry, pause on that. So the interchanges that we're talking about, those are the purview of the city?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or interchanges or public transport facility, that can be a stop or a minor rank or whatever the case may be. So it's public transport infrastructure.
So the benefit then for the sector is having access to use that infrastructure in order for passenger to come in and disembark.
To go there. So that money that's there, as Nina said, is unfortunately only PTNG money. So there's nothing more augmenting that funding stream. So that is where we sit with our current program with our Special Regulated Project Phase 2, is that we need to activate the routes, but we cannot activate the routes because the infrastructure can't follow suit. So they can't make provision for Station Deck 20 more routes. It's just not there. And that is why we are now pursuing this alternative model, which is infrastructure, not so infrastructure heavy, more tech heavy, so we control the operations through tech rather than to push the operations through a specific public transport facility.
And what will that require of the sector?
Look, obviously, buy-in. They have, but they've got the taste with Blue Dot and Red Dot as to how it can work with technology. I think what is also key of this project, and I think it's Alderman Smith always says he wants to change the behavior of the minibus taxi drivers, but in recent research, what we found is that the South African law, for argument's sake, makes no reference to drivers, not in this industry or anything else, where in the European countries you go through rigid qualifications and accreditation, and you must go every second year and a whole lot of things. In South Africa, we're dead quiet on that very key role that the drivers play in all sectors. Scholar transport, minibus taxi, meter taxi, everything that goes. So we need to bridge that gap. And I think through this initiative now, where the vehicles will be tracked, and we will also introduce a system where we are going to start registering operators, and then through another program start training the drivers. So the drivers will be registered and they will be trained. They will be on a system. So I can't go and build up 100,000 rands worth of fines and then just move to the next one, next operator, and go do the same then to the next one, to the next one. So we will now track the drivers in the system, and the industry will only be able to then select from the ones that is in the system. So it gives them control, because, I mean, the issue is that there's no legislation saying that the driver must be registered or the driver must do this, that, and the other. So they manage it on a very informal system. So if we formalize that through the system, then you can track, we bring in the technology that they must already have, is then you can link all those stuff back through. And then even with the fines and the stuff that goes on in the back office in EPIC, our traffic system can then pull through. And I mean, issues like they have that, they must have the operating license in the vehicle when they stop. We can now do all that stuff electronically. It doesn't have to be paper-based anymore. So that will help. So in future, hopefully, because what we've also seen in the last couple of years, we've been in a lot of arbitration. We've had several Regulation 9(2) inquiries. It's a legal inquiry that the PRE can do, and also been in a huge number of court cases. And we've been on site ad hoc in the mornings, very early. And the operational model in the areas where people are picked up changed completely. It is not what it was years before. What most people don't understand is that the most difficult or the most dangerous journey for a person is to walk from their house to the taxi rank. And I'm not talking about a big interchange, I'm talking about the smallest of taxi ranks. So the industry, again, has followed suit. They are picking the people up, but now legally they're not supposed to be doing it. So this new model that we're looking at, you will loop. So you will loop in your area, you will loop on the other side, and hopefully we can then catch the passengers and then not have to spend so much money on infrastructure.
And often during peak time, particularly in the morning, that picking up of passengers is for free, by the way.
Yeah.
So they work out a system where a roster of you go next, and then you pick up people to get them to the main interchange safely. Yeah. It's something that I know when I've been in Gugs, I don't pay for. And I go from Guguletu to Nyanga in the morning without actually paying a fee, and only paying in Nyanga to then come into town or Bellville or Claremont.
But a lot of them has also introduced, it's not as sophisticated as the e-hailing companies, but they've got WhatsApp groups. So they know they pick up Deirdre at 7:15, they pick up Lee at 7:20, Gershwin at 7:30, and then the vehicle goes. So why must the vehicle not still go back to the rank, because we are forcing them to go back to the rank? Once the vehicle is full, they've got the list of people, off they go. So that's the new sort of thinking that we are trying to introduce with this new model. But we cannot do that if the tech is not there. And
all right. And the city has some money to spend on this new model?
Yes, we have, but there's also money coming from iconic across the passage.
Deirdre, you've got some money to spend on this new model.
I'll phone a friend about it. In there, we are. That's a joint project.
Gershwin, does this help?
It does, but just a caution that, and I know it's not done because these guys are solid, but just in case, that technology in a vacuum is just not going to work. Because sometimes we put in a technology, but we don't know what the end goal is, and that's why I always come back to the base in terms of what is the ultimate role of the minibus taxi industry in the city's plan? Is it just a peripheral support role, an add-on role, or is it a critical aspect of the public transport network as BRT, bus and rail?
One would assume it's the latter, given the percentage of people relying on public transport that the sector transports. I mean, my city is only responsible for up to 2%.
I'm talking about future planning.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. So when I'm
the
talking,
answer's still the same, though, right?
Yeah, so when I'm talking about the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, in terms of what is that critical role of the minibus taxi in that future planning? And once that plan's in place, the business model then supports that, and then the technology enables that business plan.
Fair enough. What future role do you want to play in the space, a la Gershwin's call? So if you could get all things considered and resources permitting, what would be, in your world, the ideal dynamic, organic, agile system that operates, that ultimately, because I'll tell you what I want. I want an African Melane getting out of his house, being able to choose which mode of transport I want to use, have that mode of transport be accessible to me with relative ease, either through technology or I step out of my yard, and in a short distance I'm able to get into a minibus taxi, a My City bus, a Golden Arrow bus service, a Metro Rail service, if I'm staying close enough there. Most importantly, I want to be given the right, or to enjoy the right to choose, because where I think there's often hesitation with the taxi sector is that when you guys don't get what you want, you make sure that everybody else is not going to get anything. and that, what that does is it makes me lose sympathy with you. Because ultimately, if you withhold your service, I should feel the pinch and place pressure on government, if necessary, or whoever else is causing you distress, to say, solve this, because at the moment, I'm going, I'll stay at home. Because it's safer for me to do so.
Look, I think the first challenge is, we might say the taxi industry is at the center, but we are operating on the periphery, and yet we are core to the transport ecosystem in the province. But that should be reflected in the programs and budgets of the city of Cape Town, for example. If there's 5 billion for BRT, 1.5 billion for GAPS, and 2 million for the minibus taxi industry, then you are actually doing the opposite of what you are saying you want to achieve. So more money then there must be a shift. If the industry is regarded as the core, then the budgets must reflect that. And unfortunately, at the moment, they don't. And also, secondly, these technologies and programs, they cannot come as handouts, and we are just the recipients, because that's not empowering. Actually, it's disempowering, because you are then at the mercy of the city, the province, or national. We are looking for a situation where, if we are talking technology, let's co-develop the technology, assist us. But we have to own the technology as the industry. We have to own the data that is generated from that technology, so that we can tap into other opportunities. So it cannot sit with the government. All we always cry for is a government that recognizes that we operate currently in a very chaotic space. We are trying to professionalize. We are unsubsidized. We plow billions of our own rents to provide a service that is a government responsibility. So what we always say is that the least that the government can do is to ensure that the environment in which we provide this service, we plow these billions, is conducive for us to provide this service, and also to ensure that the levels and the quality of the service that we provide is then improved to a standard and level as required by government, both national, local, and provincial. But we have to be at the center of driving these things. They cannot just fall from the sky as handouts and here is some technology, take it. You know, here is this, take it. We have to be part of developing and be given the ability to do these things on ourselves.
It's not an impossible request. Let's try Hanifa one more time. That's a good sign. Hello, Hanifa. You were on screen there for a second. Oh, there you are. It's lovely to have you join us, and apologies for the technology and the gremlins there. Perhaps to pick up on Mandla's last point and to re-emphasize the point made by Gershwin earlier, that the model of funding all public transport seems to be very much silo-driven. So there's a pot of money for passenger rail, there's a pot of money for the Golden Arrow bus services and PATCOs, there's a pot of money for the My Cities and the Rea Vias. And what Gershwin is trying to I suppose, help us think through is, one, it's not an optimal solution to the challenge of public transport in South Africa, so therefore we need to actually review it and look at it a different way. And Mandla quite rightly is saying, if by far the overwhelming majority of commuters in the morning and the afternoon rely on taxis, why are they getting the least share of the cake?
Yeah, good afternoon. So just testing, if you can help, if you can hear me.
We can, yes, go ahead.
Perfect, okay. Firstly, just to say thank you for inviting me and for allowing me to join remotely. It's not a noise where I am, so I'm hoping it doesn't disturb what I have to say. But I mean, look, so just in terms of National Treasury and where they come in, right, and the discussions that's been having right now. So Treasury has this city support program where they fund a program that supports the 8 metros. Right now, it's just the 8 metropolitan cities. And what they do is they sort of go to the local municipalities and say, look, you know, how can we help you to transform spatially? And what are sort of the assistance that you need when it comes to economic development? So this is where the minibus taxi project was born out of, the one that we are currently doing within CSP. And you know, when we went to the metros and we said, you know, we're not denying that the industry needs financial support, right? We understand and we recognize that right now this industry carries the majority of the public commuters, which is rightfully what everybody's saying on the panel. But when it comes to that funding support, what is it that we need to look at? So you hear words such as formalization, you hear industry transition coming out from the metros, you hear reform, transformation, regulation, enforcement, all of those things. But when you speak to the officials, everybody has a different idea of what that means. And as we were moving through this project, we realized that as government and as national government, we in fact don't understand the market. We don't understand what the commuters require, and we don't understand what the sector requirements are. We, as National Treasury, when it comes to funding, what are the economic drivers in the industry? So what sort of look at the value chain of the sector and where can we support them? So, I mean, we've tried, we've had BRC, the whole idea there was to sort of replace the minibus taxi industry by compensating them and removing them and then running a bus. We had the taxi recap, and like Gershwin says, we are funding millions and millions of money into PRASA and BRT. But from a Treasury point of view, we are not seeing value for money. We are not seeing return on our investment because right now, the minibus taxi carries 80% of the commuters, and that is where our funding is not going to. So the question that Treasury had was, how can we assist this industry to sort of see a return on our investment and what is the support that they require. And we then changed the focus completely from our project. We didn't look anymore at a reform, and initially the idea was to look at how do we bring the minibus taxi industry into the integrated public transport networks of the cities, and I'm not saying that is the way to go, but before we can bring them into the IPTNs, we started looking at what are sort of this cost drivers. Why is it that they are struggling to sort of reform or transform, whatever word you want to use? And through our research, we came up with about, I would say, about 6 areas that we feel government can support on, and also looking at where the industry themselves can sort of transform themselves. So the first one is the cost of capital. So right now, I mean, we know it costs a lot of money, but I think the research showed about 15,000 Rand a month is what the industry needs to just pay back or finance the vehicle. So look at where government can support from a financial instrument, for example, to bring down the cost of capital. The second one was the legislation and the policy impediments right now. So Lee touched on the size of the vehicle, right? So right now they are only allowed to operate with a 15-seater vehicle. And what we are finding is that in terms of the operations that they are providing, they are running these long line haul routes of over 20 kilometers in terms of the service that they're providing. So right now it doesn't make economic sense to run a 15-seater vehicle on such a long route. So where can government support them in terms of fleet mix and changing the policy to allow for different sizes of vehicles? The third thing is the infrastructure. So how can we assist from an infrastructure point of view? I heard people mention the PTIs. Can we bring in technology there to support them when it comes to staging facilities, depot facilities, and just the whole justice, right, and the dignity of our passengers along the routes and at the stops or at the PTIs. So sort of looking how we can support there. And I think the last thing I want to really say is that the taxi industry, Mandla, I'm glad you're there. You guys have so much at your fingertips in terms of data, right? So you speak about these technologies, you speak about the tracking system. And if you go to a rank right now, if I must ask your rank manager or whoever's in charge there where certain taxis are and how many trips you've done for the day and things like that, you can give me that information. Maybe not in a digital format, maybe it's handwritten somewhere, but you guys have this data at your fingertips, right? This is something that the government needs. They need to see what it is that you guys are moving. What are sort of the numbers that you're moving? I know that that metros and they need to do CPTR, they need to do counts and things like that. But I feel like they don't yet have a handle on exactly what it is in terms of the operations, right? And what are sort of the drivers. So the last thing I want to say is that there's a paradigm shift within national government. And I think right now that the whole thing about just throwing money at rail and throwing money at BRT and things like that, Treasury is starting to ask, where's the return on the investment? How can we support the industry? And what we are saying and what is coming out of this project that we are doing with the metros is that you need to support this industry as a small business, as a SMME, whatever you want to call it. But I think right now, instead of just trying to regulate and enforce the industry, let's see how we can support them as a small business. And bring in the DTIs, bring in your Department of Labor as well to support your sort of your whole setup of how your drivers are remunerated and how they are employed, and government can support sort of they bring in advisory and consultants to give you that business support. So I think the conversations are changing at a national treasury level, and I think I don't want to take up too much time, but I do feel that right now, the current model, the business model that the minibus taxi industry is operating on, it needs to change. And Mandla, the change mustn't just come from a government point of view. The change needs to come from the industry as well. I hear you, and I know last week you spoke about saying you need to change how you no more consider yourself as taxi bosses, but actually as business owners. And that is definitely the right way to go. And in that, government can then say, okay, how can we support you as small business owners? Yeah, let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hanifa. Thank you very much. It looks like you are at another conference, so we'll let you go. I think you've given us enough there to reflect on as we start to wrap up. Gershwin, let me go to you first. What excites you about what Hanifa has just shared in terms of the thinking in national government, and what concerns you?
No, I think it excites me what I'm hearing from Hanifa, that National Treasury and National is re-looking at the value of money for in terms of public transport. So that excites me. But just remember, National's not going to do the plan. They must do the frameworks and the policy and the guidance. The work needs to be done on the ground, and that policy and guidance needs to find each other. I think that's the critical aspect. That excites me. What excites me is the plea from Hanifa to the taxi industry to push that move towards business entities and to review that business model of a driver chasing a target rather than a group. So that excites me, and I think that's going to be the tipping point around advancing public transport in Cape Town.
Absolutely. Deirdre, let me get your thoughts. Ultimately, you need to work with National, you need to work with City in helping to create a conducive environment where public transport is able to provide the service it needs to the people in the region. Are you excited by what she has just said?
Partially. I think that what I'm excited about is that the conversation is being held. What changes the space we're in now, and I am gainfully employed, is that you have champions and you have leaders. This minibus taxi task team, as an example, that was established. You have the ED almost clearing a diary to engage on taxi matters. You have the MMC sitting there for days on end, having the engagement. What is the need? So the conversation is happening. You know, from knowing your business perspective, that's why I started the conversation with nothing about us without us, because we've learned from industry around their operations. They learn from us. So it's a mutually beneficial partnership that needs to be created, and our nationals participating in the conversation. So I'm excited about that.
What's your concern, though?
My concern is I want integration, and I'm going to say something so contentious. So I hope my mic just stops working. My concern is, you know, I have a great amount of respect for our National Treasury colleagues, but there is a point where you kind of just stay in your lane, please, you know, and respect our craft and respect the sector that we know, and let's be respectful of that. So I think that's my concern.
All right. I will defend your national colleagues in saying we all pay taxes every month, and I want bang for my buck. That's quite simple. And for me, it does not make sense that, and I'm glad that we're opening corridors and that we are spending more money. I'm not saying let's take anything away from that. But the number of people using trains today compared to 10 years ago is only 10%. So why then are we, given the challenges that we are talking about? Having said that, no growing city or economy can ever achieve its potential without the backbone of a metro rail system. That I know for a fact. So clearly something needs to be done differently from what we are doing. And I think what National is saying, let's acknowledge the contribution that the minibus taxi industry is doing in the absence of metro rail and all that and all that.
Just to qualify, where I'm coming from is not that we don't integrate and have the conversations. I won't go to National Treasury and try to balance their books.
Good luck.
So what I'm suggesting is don't come into our transport sector and suggest how we should run operations.
No, I hear you. Lee?
Yeah, it is difficult. The legislative regime governing the funding, because all these grants are conditional. So it's not like you get 10 billion rand, you can do with it what you want. Our problem in the transport sector is that we have got a National Land Transport Act that is written in a specific fashion for a specific purpose, for a specific outcome, and unless that changes, Treasury is not going to win the battle with our national department colleagues, because there's a specific way they want these things done, and I think most of us in the city realizes that that might not be. I think Gershon also alluded to it before, is that why give X billion rand for X project? Why not just give 5 billion rand and let the city, in their own wisdom, in terms of their own CITP and IPTN, decide what that money is being used for? But that we don't have. And to change that mindset, I've got 12 years left of work. It's not going to happen in my lifetime.
We should note, by the way, we did extend invitations to National Department of Transport to be part of the summit for a whole host of reasons, including us being at the start of Transport Month. They were not able to honor those invitations. So the city did actually extend an invitation to National Transport. We certainly were wishing that they be part of this. Just one last thing, it doesn't require a comment. Is there any way on the My City bus stop we can put an electronic digit clock that says the next bus is in 2 minutes? Because that piece of paper that you've got attached to the wall is useless when it's peak traffic. And then you sit there and you go, wait, did I just miss a bus, or am I too early for the next one? And then I'm powerless in making a decision of, do I get into a minibus taxi? Do I take e-hailing? Do I go back and take my car? It's simple. You're already tracking the buses, dude. Just tell me when the next one is, then I can make an informed decision as to whether I'm going to stand there or not. Anyway, it doesn't require a response. Mandla, you get the final word.
All right. I think all these things and the plans that the city and the province might have for the industry, these things are not going to happen in a vacuum. The business model is not going to change if nothing is done to ensure that it changes. You know, operators are not going to suddenly wake up and decide we are no longer chasing profits when the incentive is still to chase the trips. We have to create the conditions that make it unnecessary for you to chase targets and everything else. So these things, they are all interlinked. We cannot say, well, you have to do this, then maybe we can look at formalizing. The issue of integration, for example, it's happening at an informal level. The interdependability of the modes is there. You are not going to get out of your house and step onto a train, not unless you stay on the railway tracks in Philippi. You will get onto a taxi, which will take you to a train station or a taxi rank or a bus terminal, where you decide whether you get onto a taxi or a bus. So it's already there, but it's not formalized. There's no formal arrangement. But the way we operate, it lends itself to that kind of a service where there's interdependability. We must just formalize it, but most critical, the integration in fare collection. Because then once we're able to do that, then we might go even further and say, government now must start subsidizing the commuters, not the bus companies and the taxi operators.
I love that. I would love that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to ask that you guys stay the course in the provincial task team. I know that there are conversations that are difficult sometimes. Ultimately, the outcome is going to be for the benefit of the citizens of the city as well as the province. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's time for lunch. We'll be back here at 2:30, please. 2:30.
A good
Hello. Thanks.
Never been that big. Mobility.
Yep. Yeah. All right, guys, if we can settle in for the last session of the day. It's been a heavy, heavy day. Thank you very much for not only being here and staying the course, but also engaging as much as you did. I do apologize that I did not afford you guys enough time in the earlier sessions to to ask your questions of the panelists, but as you can imagine, the program was quite packed. This is the only session available, so we'll take it as long as it needs. And of course, tomorrow we only have 2 sessions as well, so there'll be a lot more breathing room. And if there are any aspects of the previous panels that you'd like to reflect on perhaps tomorrow, I'll give you some time to do that as well. Okay. Before I introduce the final panelists, a couple of things that happened while you were meeting. Sadly, there are reports of early snags as far as SASSA payments for this month are concerned. We had been promised that we won't find a situation where people are having to wait for money. They seem to be concentrated in Gauteng. I haven't read any reports here in Cape Town yet, but there are some people who are having to be inconvenienced by a system that doesn't seem to be working optimally. The South African Weather Service is expecting hot weather conditions for this summer. Thankfully, it doesn't impact on us because we have winter rainfall, but our fellow South Africans who live in summer rainfall areas, sadly, they're not anticipating rainfall that is going to be heavy, so it's going to become quite a challenge all round. And then some good news, the Times Higher Education ranking system has just been published, and we have 4 South African universities in the top 500. The University of Joburg is sitting in the band of 401 to 500. You should note that Joburg is technically the best university in South Africa according to local rankings, right? Stop it. There are rankings that people apply. University of Joburg, according to a local ranking, is apparently the best, but they're sitting... Good luck, darling. But they're sitting in the band of 401 to 500. And then we have 2 universities sitting in the band 301 to 350, and that is Stellenbosch University and Wits University. They don't tell us, obviously, which order they are in, but they are in those 2 universities. And no surprises for guessing, University of Cape Town, the best university, not only in South Africa, but on the African continent. They are currently positioned 167th, which I think is an improvement on last year and the previous year. I think they were in the 180 bracket previous times. Now they've gone up to 167, which is good. The top 5 in descending order, number 5, University of Cambridge in the UK, Harvard University in the States, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the US is number 3, Stanford in the US number 2, and University of Oxford in the UK number 1. So well done, UCT. I just hope that they sort out their governance issues so that we can get on with the work of teaching and learning and research. All right. This final session is looking at how sustainable mobility in the middle of a growing urban population, traffic congestion, less funding and funding challenges, and more unpredictability can be realized. On the panel, I've got Gareth Morgan, who's the Executive Director for Future Planning and Resilience with the City of Cape Town. I've got Darlene Campbell, who's Executive Director for Urban Mobility in Cape Town. Gordon Lang, who is the Advocate for Sustainable Mobility. And then a popular man on the panel, Tony Vieira, who's the Manager for Transport, Infrastructure Planning and Development with the City of Cape Town. But we are, with your permission, going to start with Kadri Nasib, who's the Executive Director for Energy in the City of Cape Town. And the reason we need to do this, or is he not there yet? Okay, he's at the airport. He's got a flight at 15:45. We will try and connect with him before we need to, but, you know, apologies. So we'll get there. Which means I start with all of you. Gareth, let's start with you. How is the city building resilience, and how and what data are we using to plan ahead? We spoke a lot earlier about how possibly within the majority of our lifetimes, this will be a city of 10 million people, as opposed to the 4.6, 4.8 that it is right now. It is a city that is growing. It's attractive to people from other parts of the country, other parts of the world, for them to come and live and function here. And of course, we were talking about the stress factors on infrastructure, mobility and otherwise. that you and your unit have to start imagining the resolutions to?
Thank you, Africa. Good afternoon to my fellow panelists and to everyone in the audience. So, I think I could respond to this probably in a number of ways. Cape Town, a major metropolitan area, is prone to a number of plausible shocks and stresses. And we're a city that's lived through, just in the last 6 or 7 years, a day zero drought event, a COVID-19 pandemic, of course, that was experienced everywhere. Those are both shock events, and is increasingly feeling a wider range of stresses. So commonly those stresses would be things like unemployment and poverty or food insecurity, but increasingly now, for example, the stresses, if one thinks of infrastructure, include things like the rise of extortion and the construction mafia, and the possibility of higher stages of load shedding. So, for example, stages 8, 9, and 10, all of which impact our ability to deliver services and, of course, to continue to build and invest in our infrastructure. But probably more broadly at the systemic level, Africa, I think what's important to note is, and you mentioned, a city that's growing, a city that's going to have a considerable greater population by 2040, 2050, is making sure that we have robust capital infrastructure portfolios going into the future. So in other words, a very, very long look on our capital growth across all the major infrastructure portfolios, including mobility, energy, water, waste, human settlements, and some others. And that's what we are increasingly doing. Tony will be able to speak in more detail about how that infrastructure portfolio is playing out in detail. But it's currently the second largest capital infrastructure portfolio in the city after the basic services portfolio, particularly water and sanitation. That's a really great thing. My personal view is having maximum choice in a portfolio is vitally, vitally important. So the funding considerations are certainly one thing, and perhaps we might address some of those on this panel discussion today. But the more choice you have in the portfolio is a good problem to have. And certainly the mobility portfolio is getting more mature over the course of the next 10 years or so. And all of those portfolios are stress tested against the most relevant shock events. So we have a much greater sense of to what extent the various portfolios are responsive to the key shock events. And probably at a more systemic level, the portfolio that is looking the strongest over the next decade is the water and sanitation portfolio in response to the possibility of the next drought, which will be inevitable. I just don't know when it's going to happen. And that you would expect to be the case because of the learnings from day zero. So the water portfolio is looking exceptionally strong over the next few years. Probably less so in the projects in response to flooding. There's a lot of work to do around improved flood mitigation projects. But at least we know that to be the case, and we're obviously investing in that preparatory work and associated planning to build up the maturity. I'll stop there for the moment.
Tony, you were referenced by name, so I'll bring you in next, I think. Where are we seeing those capital expenditure and investments taking place as far as infrastructure is concerned? Obviously, also how it impacts on mobility.
I think in terms of congestion, I think that's really the subject that I think I've been brought to discuss. The infrastructure sort of portfolio obviously is across the board. It's all the different modes that we need to make available so that the system can actually work. But in terms of congestion, where the city is at, I mean, we're known as the most congested city in South Africa. I think the question was posed, are we the most congested in Africa? And when I checked TomTom, apparently not. Cairo is more congested.
Makes sense.
But our position is really, if we're the most congested, maybe we're the most popular, and also maybe our infrastructure is working much harder than expected. So in terms of dealing with congestion, obviously it's a three-pronged approach that the city is looking at. One is to make sure that from a behavior point of view, people then change their need to travel, working from home, flexi time and so on. The other aspect is obviously operations, and we've got a transport management center that deals with the day-to-day operations. And the third item is obviously the infrastructure, which I drive in terms of the congestion program. So trying to understand where we're at in terms of congestion, what are the interventions that are needed. So we need to definitely promote the right use of the use of the right mode, being public transport, walking and cycling, and obviously reducing the need to travel, and therefore our infrastructure can last a bit longer. But in terms of trying to identify and understand the congestion, we use probe data. It's information that's on various vehicles, and it's real-time data, so we can understand where the congestion lies. So we've got a very good understanding of where this congestion is. Obviously, there was also the question about COVID. Surely now we don't need an infrastructure intervention to deal with congestion. But the sort of congestion levels that we were at in 2017, that's where we started monitoring. It sort of increased in 2018, 2019, peaking at 2020, just before COVID. And in terms of where we're at now, we're sitting at about the same level as 2017, but not quite at the level of 2020 when we peaked. Okay. So we understand that obviously the congestion has improved because of the social experiment that was imposed on us called COVID-19. But the levels of congestion are sort of reaching a certain level. The infrastructure that we identify, the projects that we identify, is trying to deal with those various congestion levels. But we also look at the other modes. So in other words, a lot of our public transport services are in shared roads. So when we look at the solution, we also look at how we can make it better for public transport. And Kommetjie Road is a classic case where there are NMT, cycle, pedestrian, as well as public transport lanes to give public transport a time advantage. So we're trying to put congestion and our response to congestion in the right context. In other words, we need to try and right-size this. I mean, everybody subscribes to we can't build our way out of congestion, but that statement doesn't mean no investment in the transport system. So, making sure that the economy and the economic trips can still happen, and that we don't lose our attractiveness to other cities in South Africa, so that we can stay competitive. I've got some stats, but I think those are not really relevant anymore. But one other thing that I also wanted to put on the table is our sort of analysis indicates that to try and keep the congestion levels as they are, so in other words, not to allow it to go much worse, we need to have a constant investment in the road system. It doesn't mean it's at the expense of anything else. I mean, the whole system needs to be equally or adequately invested in. But in order to try and maintain the existing congestion levels, we think we need an investment of about 200 million rand a year. And at the moment, we're sitting at 150. So we're not really catching up in terms of congestion.
And what is that 200 million rand a year doing?
It's to provide the congestion relief in those identified corridors and routes.
Let me be more direct. Are you expanding roads? Are you building new roads? Are you just maintaining the tar on the roads?
So it's mainly widening, creating extra lanes, but also providing facilities for the more vulnerable users, like the cyclists and the pedestrians. And obviously, where it's public transport, we prioritize. That's one of the criteria we use to prioritize the intervention. So if the two roads are equally congested, one carries more public transport users than the other, then we prioritize the public transport users. But we need to maintain that level of investment over time. The other thing also that I need to mention is that today there's a certain level of congestion. We need to anticipate what the congestion level is going to be in the future, because our projects take 3 to 5 years to materialize, to actually make a difference. So what are the congestion levels going to be like then? We're busy building the public transport system. We're investing significantly in the public transport system, and there's a significant non-motorized transport program as well. But it's a system, so all the bits need to be operational for it to be fully functional. So that's really, in a nutshell, where the congestion sort of philosophy or thinking.
I probably should have prepared you for this question, but when are we seeing the old Lansdowne Road corridor opening? Because there's a lot of people commuting on that stretch of road, going from Gugulethu to Nyanga, Khayelitsha, Mitchell's Plain, going to Wynberg and to Claremont, and that seems to be not serviced as optimally
but
as it should.
that is the core of our public transport intervention.
Yeah.
Linking Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain to Wynberg and Claremont. The new name is not Phase 2A anymore, but the Metro Southeast corridor.
Yeah.
So that is being built as we speak. So that component is being prioritized.
And Darlene, that's important for your office, right? Because ultimately, you need to give us mobility solutions to a growing city that will see sustainability going forward.
Exactly. That is specifically why we also concentrating very much on the Metro Southeast at this stage, is that, and a lot of our investment is going into the Metro Southeast, is to get people being able to transfer and have a wider range of reach where they actually can, this is not, a wider range of where they can.
Can we have a handheld, please, as a backup?
No, let's see. Yeah. It's moving. I can sit like this, it's fine. We must make sure that the commuters have a wider range of movement where they can actually go and work, and that is, and for the economy to grow. Because what we found is that even with as much land use as what we are trying to change that, you don't get as much industrial and retail development in the Metro Southeast areas. So people are automatically moving or trying to get work outside of the area. And with developing the Metro Southeast corridors, the upgrading of the roads, the BRT, special lanes, etc., and high occupancy lanes, we want them to be able to come up to Wynberg and then be interchanged, and they can then go anywhere else with various options of public transport to get to other job opportunities. And that is very important for the Urban Mobility Directorate. But we know that cash is going to become less and less funding from National Department of Transport, and we are fully dependent on grants. We don't get much, not capital funding from the city itself. Just for the road maintenance, we get some funds. So any new infrastructure that we build is all paid through grants from the National Treasury and National Department of Transport. In future, and we are looking into a future that we don't really know what's going to happen, a very uncertain future. So in our transport plans, we have developed various scenarios to actually build up into corridors, build up by starting to have bigger vehicles together with the industry, and also then providing high occupancy lanes, more high occupancy lanes like you see on the N2, and allowing more of that which is not so capital expensive, and have a much more wider footprint and network for the public transport. And that will also then ease the flow of traffic. For me, a part of congestion relief is more public transport. So, and it will be to the detriment of the cars, but it is a reality that we will have to face, that we will have to take away lanes or build extra lanes for public transport to get priority, same as with our intersections where we must give priority to public transport.
Anyone here from Somerset West?
Yes, my director infrastructure is.
Can you tell me what is it about the people driving from Somerset West that makes them believe they have the right to that minibus taxi lane on the N2 incoming? Well, and buses and whatever, I get it. But without fail, the sedans that are going down there at speed while the rest of us are adhering to the other two lanes have a CFM number plate. And they're probably driving BMWs, you're right.
I think between the taxis themselves, as well as the Metro Police and traffic, they are flashed out of the bus lane very quickly.
Yeah, I must give credit here to our transport law enforcement. We have within traffic department, that is why you see traffic here, we have our own law enforcement, transport law enforcement, and they actually do make sure that if they see somebody in a BMW in the bus lane, we get them out of there very quickly.
Good, that's good to hear. Gordon, of course, you hearing all of this and you're going, it's all lovely and well, but why do we have to get into motorized vehicles in order to move from one part of the city to the next?
Well, coming from Africa, who walks around the city mostly, I think that's a great question. There was a question that I was given to start the conversation off, but I'm actually going to turn the question on its head. And the question that we try to use in the sustainable mobility, and again, it's more sustainable access to opportunity than sustainable mobility that we should be talking about. Question is, how has transport planning reinforced and possibly continues to do so urban sprawl, social inequity, unaffordability, and environmental impact post-apartheid? And I apologize for saying that, but we do need to think about that because we've reinforced the apartheid planning. We're 30 years down the line from that, and we've got to step away from that. And then how can transport planning change this? And by that question, what I'm saying is transport planning, and this is the conversation today, is how are we moving people and goods, not how are we changing the way the city functions. And that really is the key behind sustainable transport. And what is sustainable transport? Sustainable transport actually addresses three things: social equity, the economic driver of the city, and we've touched on that. And we've touched on social inequity, but we haven't really addressed social inequity in the conversation. And then the environmental issues. Part of my brief was to speak to the environmental issues. And all of us just need to think about last weekend and the weekend before and what's happening around the world. I mean, Greece has just been hit by 2 massive floods. Libya, massive flood, plus bad infrastructure planning. Heat waves throughout. Cape Town, Newlands had more rain by the 26th of August than any other year on record, basically. Wow. Yeah. And that was before the storms hit us. Cape Town had its hottest day in August ever on the 28th of August this year. Now that temperature was 34 degrees in the center of town. Now that's a heat wave in normal Cape Town terms. So in August we've got that. We've got El Nino coming at us. We've had last weekend's storm, and I don't know how many people were driving in the storm last weekend, and that storm stretched from the Tankwa Karoo all the way to Cape Town, and it rained for literally 36 hours basically. And we've seen the damage that's done. And I mean, just speaking to Tony, one of the key issues, and to Gareth here, the key issues is what are our emergency and disaster relief funds starting to look like? We're spending money on building systems and infrastructure, and yet we may have to bail infrastructure and systems out. The bill at the moment, they're talking about 1.2 to 1.4 billion to repair the damage that's been done in this last storm. I do challenge Tony at one level because we've got current average occupancies in vehicles at 1.2. If we go to 1.5, that's a 25% reduction in the number of vehicles on the road. That then comes back to the sustainable transport approach, and we're very, very caught in the green transport conversation. The green transport is an economic and a business conversation, and it's saying how do we replace ICEs, internal combustion engines, with alternate energy-driven vehicles. But what we're not doing is addressing the congestion and the social inequity that come out of those two, because all we're doing is replacing one vehicle with another. So the true sustainable mobility conversation speaks to avoid, shift, and improve, and that is touched on in the CITB, the Consolidated Integrated, or the Comprehensive Integrated Transport Plan. But even at the United Nations level, they're recognizing avoid, shift, and improve as the key way to drive the conversations around sustainability, because it does two things. It addresses the GHG emissions, the climate change crisis that's facing us, not forgetting that 40% of our emissions are driven by transport in the cities, and that in Cape Town, more than 50% of the energy consumption in Cape Town is taken up by transport currently at the moment. So we've got to look at that very, very differently. And avoid, shift, and improve. Tony touched on it. There have been some conversations about that earlier on. Avoid, shift, and improve is avoiding the need to travel. COVID showed us how that can be done at one level, but not at another level or many other levels. Shifting is moving from an existing mode of transport to a more environmentally friendly, more sustainable mode of travel, which is buses, and the city is driving an agenda in that. So it's very strong. Those two alone will take up between 50 and 60% of the GHG emissions and energy consumption that is currently being taken up by ICEs. So the green transport is only going to give us at best between 50 and 40% of the savings that we so desperately need if we're going to achieve the goals by 2050. And those goals are rapidly shifting. We're not actually getting to where we need to be in terms of climate change reduction, and those are the really things. So linked back to my earlier question is the next question linked back to that is how do we change transport's role in shifting the way that cities are formed and function? And really, it's who needs to be in the room for those conversations. And again, Dion touched on that earlier on. He spoke about a visioning beyond 2050 or a visioning for 2050. We would argue that you need to vision beyond 2050 and say, what would the city look like if it was working for everybody beyond 2050 and you could walk and cycle anywhere? I mean, the cycling strategy for Cape Town, and this is one of the implementation things that we talk about, cycling strategy for Cape Town, 2015 signed off, approved by council, and yet we haven't really moved on that in terms of increasing the mode share of cycling from the 1% at that time to maybe 1.5% now, where the target was 8% by 2030. Tony speaks about infrastructure spend. Currently, we spend about 3% of our budget on NMT outside of the public transport approaches at the moment. The United Nations said we should be spending 20% of our spend, system spend in transport on cycling and walking as the departure points for any transport planning. That comes to another concept, which is we talk about TOD, transit-oriented development. Around the world, and again, this primarily came out of COVID, is cities are talking about 15-minute cities. Now, they're not cities where you can get to and from everything within 15 minutes. What they're talking about is precincts where you can access whatever it is you need from where you live within 15 minutes. And that includes public transport and the access to urban mobility, linking maybe a Khayelitsha and a Claremont CBD. So the public transport is part of the access. But everything you need is within 15 minutes of walking or cycling of where you are. And maybe if we go back to, and it's one of the things that I would suggest, or I do suggest, is that we go back to the cycling strategy, look at what we call demonstration projects, and again, Tony touched on it at one level, is looking at areas where we can create almost the departure point for these urban precincts. And I'm going to put a challenge to Cape Town at the moment. Johannesburg has got an initiative called Josie My Josie. We claim to have the best universities in the country at the moment.
Except we do.
We claim to. Johannesburg is trying to compete with that at the moment, creating the CBD as an educational area. But what they're really talking about is a 15-minute precinct that's founded on education. And they're going to change the center of Joburg CBD by doing that. And maybe from a Cape Town perspective, that's what we should be doing, moving towards that. Then we will address the 43% of income spent on public transport to get to and from opportunity, the 40 minutes that we're taking to travel, the 1.2 people per car. And we will provide, if we can unlock R1 billion, 932 million rand, R1 billion into the local economies by not having to travel, imagine what that could do for our businesses in our setup. And so it means that we've got to change the conversation from looking to move people to providing opportunity where people are. And how do we make that accessible, walkable, livable, and those precincts accessible, livable, walkable? So we've got many more Africas in the city.
And I'll give you guys a chance to respond to that in a moment. But I believe we do have Kadri on the line joining us from, I imagine it's Cape Town International Airport. Kadri, thank you very much for making the time. Pollution, climate change, energy insecurity, they're all impacting on how we can build sustainable mobility. How realistic is an alternative fuel for mobility we're talking about buses, people are buying hybrid cars, eventually we'll have fully electric cars. Is Eskom going to give us electricity? Can we open up his fader, please, or something? Still can't hear you, Kadri. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great stuff. I think it's quite clear that people are sitting in an airport, transport, like talking to. But I think what's important is transition to electric is happening in events. If you only look at China, the Chinese market is possible. And
All
soon
right.
we'll see.
I'm going to pause you, Kadri, because we're literally hearing every second syllable, and hand you back to the technical team so that they can just work on that before we can. Is it that side? Okay. Kadri, it seems that we have a signal challenge, I'm afraid, with you. And literally what we're doing, we're hearing every second syllable. We're not even completing words and sentences at the moment. I don't know if you want to give it another 30 seconds and try for another 30 seconds, and then we'll just call it if it doesn't work.
All right, Africa, can you hear me?
Much better, much better.
Great stuff. As I was saying, that the transition is well underway. If I look at the Chinese as an indicator of certainly they are just to actually see.
All right, Kadri, it was fantastic for the first 45 seconds, and then it just got. We figured out that you're talking about China as an indicator of growth, and then we lost you after that. So I think we're going to wish you well on your travels. Bon voyage. I would have loved to hear your input. Sorry, man, about that, but it seems that technology is not doing what we need to do.
Sorry, Africa, sorry to the challenge.
Not at all. Thanks, Kadri. Tony, some points there made by Gordon. He made reference to you a number of times. I'm not sure if you want to perhaps respond to some of those.
Happy to. Interesting in terms of the car occupancy. When we looked at the far south, south of the mountains, Fischhoek and so on, I mean, there's limited opportunity for creating capacity. There's public transport. There's a rail system that can actually, it's underutilized. So, you know, how do we actually make the infrastructure work better? And that's exactly, I mean, I know you get 1.5 people per car, but let's say two persons per car. If you could do that, automatically, if you look at the throughput of person trips rather than vehicles and so on, I mean, you'd be doubling your capacity.
No, pass on the handheld. Darian? Pass on the handheld. There you go.
Okay. You'd be doubling your capacity with the same amount of infrastructure, which is fantastic. There are some apps in the marketplace that tries to sort of do some car sharing, but it's mainly around school trips. So certainly that's something that we would definitely subscribe to. But the effectiveness is dependent on the individuals actually reacting to that. So certainly that would be something we would definitely support. In terms of TOD and in terms of right location of the various land uses, I mean, that is something we've been subscribing for many years, but it's a slow benefit generation. So in the meantime, you still need to get people to work and to the other functions. So the challenge is really how do you right-size it now and not oversize it for the future. But we need to, like you mentioned earlier, I mean, our business is moving people and goods in an effective way, you know. So certainly all those we do subscribe to. And obviously the 15-minute walking, there are some places that happens. I think what I would want to add to that is around car ownership, because you know, there's been a whole debate about sort of how do you set up the various forums, and parking is always a controversial issue. But for me, parking is around ownership. So if we can convert or change the love of cars with, I don't know, love of bicycles maybe, then the space allocation might be different. But the real challenge is how do we manage this transition and maintain that mobility that we do need to do. And obviously there's lots of our communities stuck in an area that is very remote from job opportunities and economic opportunities. And over the years, there's been an attempt to bring jobs to where people live in the Metro Southeast, with limited success, I might add. And the alternative is to provide housing where the jobs are. And then there's the whole market cost which comes into it. I mean, the CBD in terms of affordable housing, it's a desire and intent, but when you speak to various developers, some people might think affordable is 1.2 million. So, you know, even that is not affordable to even the medium income groups. So all those things are there, and those intents and principles are there, but we don't really have any control over it. I mean, our control mechanisms are there to try and facilitate these, but the market just doesn't respond fast enough. So, you know, until we get there, we need to actually plan and manage interventions that make sense for the current needs and does not preclude the opportunities of change in the future.
All right. What Tony is also telling us is that the question of moving business to where people are is above his pay grade. Somebody else is gonna have to make that decision. But thank you, though. Thank you very much indeed. Gareth, I wanna bring you back in here. Up until we get a solution where ideally we're constructing and creating business nodes near where people are living, we are going to need to continue making infrastructure possible and viable and feasible for people to move to where they need to move to right now. A horrible, and it's not unique to South Africa, I mean, probably not even unique to South Africa, but certainly not unique to Cape Town, is that notion of construction mafias.
Yeah.
We have a panel discussion tomorrow morning. It's the first one, and I'm looking forward to it. But from a resilience point of view, how does the city respond, in your opinion, to something that is heavily impacting really multiple construction sites that are going at the same time?
Africa, yeah, it's a great question. The rise of extortion in Cape Town has grown significantly in the course of the last 18 months. Always a little bit of it, and it's been a phenomenon which has been significantly greater in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng up until recently, but it's definitely arrived in Cape Town. I was looking at the statistics earlier today in preparation for this, and there are at least 7 urban mobility sites which are being impacted at this point in time by extortion, and which are under, along with a number of human settlement sites, which are the dominant infrastructure typology which is being affected by extortionists at this point in time. And those and a few water sites are, we have a weekly war room that builds the responses to these particular site-specific incidents of extortion. So, I mean, it's a tough thing for the city to respond to for a number of reasons. That some of the key components in the criminal justice system, of course, are not ours, including the investigative and prosecutorial sides of the value chain that are required here. But that doesn't mean that we're sitting back and doing nothing. It's far too important. It is significantly impacting infrastructure. I think Dalian will tell you that it very tangibly impacted the capital expenditure and mobility in the last financial year, so ending as recently as June. So what we've been doing, Africa, is we've been building a programmatic response to the construction mafia, taking an enterprise risk management approach. In other words, we're not saying that there is one solution. There are multiple things that need to be done at the same time. And just to give you a flavor of that, we've built a strategic response with a work breakdown schedule across a number of different actions. So the security ones on site are ones that we would more commonly think of, and certainly up to about a year ago, that might have been the extent of our response, which was around physical security. But beyond that, we've expanded those responses. We've made certain changes inside of our supply chain management system or broader procurement system in order to protect that from incursion, because it's vitally, vitally important. Institutions around the world, and I think there's certainly cases in South Africa where the construction mafia is not only impacting the actual physical site, but has actually infiltrated the inside of the organization and is in the value chain of influencing the award of bids. And we know that there are cases where, in fact, extortionists are also now maturing to the point of actually starting companies and bidding for business. But other actions, I've recently started a new project which will deliver over the next few months around looking at different tender specifications for different risk level sites, so high risk, medium risk, and low risk. In other words, trying to get years ahead of the possible impacts of extortion, not just dealing it with the now. In a week or two, we're launching a public campaign called Enough is Enough in areas around Cape Town where there's particularly high levels of extortion, calling on public communities to help us protect. So partnership is vitally important. There's a hotline that's been set up that's going to be advertised publicly. It's already been available to our own staff and is actively used. It's been available for about 3 months or so. There's a significant data component of this. So we're using security data from our own systems, in order to understand the risk and the changing level of risk in different parts of Cape Town and building the appropriate dashboards that go with that. And then we're doing a lot of sharing of information. So we have very good relationships with the National Prosecuting Authority, and we have good relationships with the South African Police Service, although they have significant challenges with regards to the ability to investigate. But a key thing which we are spreading around our own staff, around councillors in the city of Cape Town, and external parties is what is extortion and what are the consequences of extortion, because many people don't really even understand what the definition of extortion is or attempted extortion is. And actually the criminal consequences for extortion are very, very severe. It's 20, 25 years in jail for extortions, and attempted extortion somewhere close to that. So driving that is important. We have a lot of people who think they're doing good by negotiating in these spaces, when in fact a criminal event has already occurred. So as I said, we're building a programmatic response, and everything from partnerships, the community stuff, the safety work, the long-term planning about improving bid specifications. But at the end of the day, we of course need other spheres of government to also play their part.
And I suppose, Delina, I bring that in this conversation, even though there is a panel discussion focusing on it tomorrow, because it impacts on your directorate and your ability to deliver on what is expected of you.
Yes, it has a huge influence, especially on our capital spend. We have a 1.9 billion rand capital investment that we must do this year. Last year it was 1.3 billion up till June. And for instance, one of our sites where we are building 2 depots were closed by the extortionists for 6 weeks. Now you can think what for some directorates who's got 500,000, say 5 billion and 20 million, 6 weeks is not going to make much of a difference. But for us, it actually resulted in us not being able to spend all the money that we were supposed to spend. Because we've got very serious targets, as you know, and our mayor do not allow us to vary from those targets. So it is really a big, big problem. And also because it's grant funding that we are receiving, if we don't spend our grant funding and spend it correctly, we will be cut. The funding will be cut in future. And that is a big problem for us. And that is why we have a very close relationship also with our safety and security at the directorate, and they respond very quickly for us. But sometimes it's just, even that is impossible, and you have to physically have people removed and make a case in court for extortion.
Which then, as you say, delays the delivery of that
It
project.
delays the delivery. And I remember, as soon as a contractor moved off-site, he might decide to go to another site or another town where it's safer to actually go and build stuff. And also we found that even in our tendering processes, we are getting less and less of the big companies tendering for our projects, because they do not want to go and work in those areas. They rather go to province or to national, where they are outside in the field, where there's nothing in the middle of the Karoo, and they know that the construction workers are safe. I don't know who of you here had to ever go to a family and tell them that your father, who came this morning as a flagman to a repair job, has been killed. And you must go and tell that family, it's my decision, except for the extortion and the delays, but it's my responsibility to go and tell that family that your parent who came to work is not coming back. Sure. And he's a flagman, somebody who is actually helping the community where he has been killed. So for me, that is, except for the extortion, that is the other side of the coin. It's people's lives that we're also talking about. It's not just delays in capital spend or delays in our projects. Delays in a 6 weeks delay in our project causes delays downstream as well, because if you're look at the sky circle picture that that is in the exhibitions, if there's delays with building the sky circle, there's delays with building the rest of the network that has to go to Wynberg, and we're on a very tight, we call it the Smarty Box. It's got how many lines? But it's got 45,000 lines of items that has to be delivered over the next 4 to 5 years. So, and it's rolled up into the programs then, but yes, so it's not a small project that we are talking about, and we are actually providing a lot of job opportunities through that. And not just for the construction industry, but we've saved a couple of companies in the Metro Southeast already by giving them the opportunity to provide materials where they were on the brink of closure. Those companies, this one specific cement company that we were able to save because they are now supplying us with materials. Yeah. So it's bigger than just constructing a Metro Southeast BRT and the related issues. But can I just, in terms of, I don't know if I'm allowed to, in terms of what Kadri was going to say, I need to link onto that, because Kadri and myself is working very closely together in terms of the future of our public transport system. Kadri, as you know, is responsible for the energy, and he's looking at alternative ways of taking Cape Town off the grid of Eskom. And it's one of the mayor's priority projects. So we work very closely. There's two aspects to this. The one is in terms of electrical buses and vehicles and minibuses into the future, but with the clean energy that Cape Town is going to produce itself, which will bring down our the original vehicle might be more expensive, but our operating cost will be much, much lower than what it is at the moment. And the second one is that between electricity, the Energy Directorate as well as waste management, we're looking at the separation of waste, and then certain parts of waste can be converted into a green diesel, which is then going to be used by our buses in future to actually, instead of normal diesel. So it's recycled products that is fully compatible with our buses and some of the other city vehicles as well. So that is
and made here in Cape Town.
Made here in Cape Town. I don't know how far they are, but they're looking at the old power station. It might be happening there. But all of that made in Cape Town for Cape Town, and that is why I asked Kadri to be on the panel, because it's part of our green agenda as well for the future.
And thank you for bringing that in. Gordon, that must make the cockles of your heart flap very happily.
Absolutely, absolutely. Africa, yeah. And I mean, just to touch on what Deleen is saying, there's a massive, so part of South Africa's way out of the economic problem that we're in is the hydrogen economy. Right now there's a project being run by Germany and Toyota looking at the passenger vehicles and hydrogen fuel cells for passenger vehicles, which would speak to the microbus, the taxi industry basically, the minibus taxi industry very, very strongly. So there's all sorts of technical solutions that are coming through to get to net zero by 2050. The issue is that we want to go beyond that, and that's what we keep on saying. And I'm going to challenge Tony once again. Tony is speaking to predict and provide, which is saying we're going to have that kind of traffic growth in terms of, and we need to provide capacity for that. And I do acknowledge that we're looking at how we can minimize that. More and more what we talk about in the sustainable mobility aspect is vision and validate, which is really talking to what Dion was saying earlier on, is we need to come up with this vision for Cape Town and then see how we can actually support the achievement of that vision coming through. And that's slightly different to predict and provide, because what we're doing is we're saying we're going to manage the situation going forward. The real danger of staying in the current paradigms that we're speaking in at the moment is that we lock ourselves in to systems that are actually unsustainable. And that's a critical issue in what we're thinking about. And more we're saying, how do we go about doing no longer business as usual? And a lot of the conversations in transport planning are still in how do we move people and goods, not how do we change the way cities and towns and systems work. And those are the conversations that we need to open up, and it's almost in a way that's a part of a closing thing for me, is how do we create principles that take us beyond trying to move people and goods to how do we get cities and systems to work. And the voices that need to be in the room, we've touched on them, safety and security, absolutely critical, land use planning, urban planning, economic development, settlements planning, so that we need a completely different conversation. And I must acknowledge that the City of Cape Town that conversation is happening right now in terms of the 2050 vision, and there's the opportunity to shape what that could look like and how we go about doing that. So kudos to the city in that perspective.
Don't worry, Tony, I'm not going to come back to you.
Sorry, Tony.
Does anyone have any questions for our panel? We've got time for a question or two. Are you all satisfied? Happy? All right. Please give a huge round of applause for our panel today. I think you'll be in agreement that they've given us much to think about around the space. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. You can now quick sticks go back to the back of the room and get your, I'll need your handheld, please, if that's okay. Thank you very much. And then all that's left for us then this afternoon is call up the mayoral committee member for urban mobility in the city of Cape Town to give us his reflections on day one of Urban Mobility Summit.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I think it's always a great challenge being what I refer to as in the graveyard shift of any type of a summit or gathering. So I must commend the previous panel for being able to keep people interested and engaged after such a wonderful lunch. I also think it's important to mention, and I don't know if all of them are in the room, but Denny and Taryn and Nelisa and Esther and Liesel and all the people involved in the comms and shared services team who have made today and will make tomorrow an absolute pleasure and a focal point of interest. You deserve a real round of applause, ladies. Thank you very much. And also I'd like to acknowledge the Executive Director for her guidance and her leadership. This was Deleon's idea, and through the very competent shared services and comms team, they've made it a reality. So I think it's important to acknowledge them first. It's a pity that Mr. Hermanus is not in the room, because amongst our stakeholders that are from outside of the city of Cape Town.
He is actually in the room.
Is he? Is he hiding around the corner? Okay, so all stakeholders, external being from PRASA, the academia, from the legal fraternities. It is an unbelievable honor and a privilege for the City of Cape Town to host you and to include you in part of our panel discussions of, of the items discussed today, which are of utmost importance, looking into the future and what our public transport and transport system overall needs to look like in the city that is growing by the month, literally. Today, I think, was possibly one of the most exciting days in terms of the discussions held. Rail, of course, a very hot topic, and all speakers. And it was wonderful to have Imran as well take part sort of casually in the discussion. I think it leaves a lot of scope for the type of discussions that need to get pushed, and which we as the City of Cape Town, through our feasibility study, through our engagement with national government and PRASA, need to keep fighting for. It is a critical service that is the center and backbone of our public transport infrastructure, and as it should be in any developed or developing city around the world. It's the mass people mover around which all other public transport should move like satellites orbiting that central moon or planet. our minibus taxis, our buses should be feeder systems that get commuters to that train, to their place of work, and then around suburbs once they climb off their train at various stations. I think also the importance of discussing the vital minibus taxi industry. It is no secret that the industry is, without a doubt, the current largest player in terms of public transport. They've stepped into a void left by a dilapidated, failed rail system that we are only now starting to see claw its way back from the abyss at a very glacial pace. I am deeply sorry that the National Department of Transport, despite many invitations, was not present here today. It would have been wonderful to have them take part in the panels, but that is a discussion that will have to happen behind closed doors and into the future. Tomorrow also offers a whole host of exciting discussions. I sincerely hope to see all of you back here again. I think if the lunch is anything like today's, we'll probably have a whole group of people coming back for more tomorrow. So, that's how it's bribery and corruption. That's how we work with these things, whatever it takes to get you to come back. But again, thank you. Please make your way home safely. I hope many of you are going home by my city. And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Not much left from me, except to say please join us for the last socializing session for this afternoon. I will see you back here in this room tomorrow. Registration will open at 8, and the first speaker will be at 9 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.